Welcome everyone to the Global XR Conference
Yeah,
2022.
Yes, welcome everyone. Live from our new portable studio, we can call it like that.
In the Netherlands.
In the Netherlands this time. So welcome that you're joining in our session.
Yeah, so today we have 4 amazing keynotes. Every 2 hours a new keynote on topics like the Metaverse, responsible AI and mixed reality. And then tomorrow
We're actually going to have a lot more sessions. So we're going to have 3 channels with different sessions starting from, top of my head, 2 p.m. UTC to in the night. Sessions around business, technical and creative sessions. And we have 2 separate, very long community slots, one from the 8th annual one and the Africa one. So definitely the ones you need to show. We're going to talk a bit more about that later.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Yes.
If last year is any indication, those community slots are going to be awesome.
Yes.
If you want to engage with our speakers or with other people who are viewing, make sure to join our Discord server. The link is on the website. Join and then you can talk to everyone and ask questions. Every session has their own little channel where you can ask questions to the speakers and talk about the topic.
And it is important to sign up on Discord, because then you can also find that we are actually going to give a prize away, at least one.
Yes.
That will be a Pico 4 headset. We ask people to sign up, if I'm right, on Discord. You need to have your ticket on Eventbrite and you need to have signed up for YouTube. The Eventbrite tickets can be signed up through the whole event, but will end tomorrow at the end of the day. And then next week we'll pull out who will win the prize.
The Pico 4.
The Pico 4.
And speaking of community, if you want to meet others in VR, we also have an Old Space VR space going during the whole conference, which you can also join. The link is also on the website, I believe, and definitely on Discord. Everything is on Discord. Join the watch party on Old Space VR if you want to. And then after the last keynote today, there is a DJ party with a live DJ. Dominic Vaillant from Berlin is doing a live DJ set with some cool music for an hour. Please join us in Old Space VR for that one.
And last but not least, not specifically for the Global XR conference, is that the Global XR community has refreshed the website to make it very simple to find what the events are we are having from this moment till the whole next year. And we are going to do quarterly events. We're going to do live event, physical events in the Netherlands. But all that information can be found on the globalxr.community website, so that one will be updated continuously.
Yes, globalxr.community. So I think that's it for our introduction. And now I'm waiting for Alexander to switch. Yes, now it is my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker and recurring Global XR Conference speaker, Rene Schulte, who is the Director of Global Innovation at Reply, where he works with teams across the globe on things like 3D volumetric video streaming and AR cloud. He's also an absolute leader in the mixed reality field, thought leader, keynote speaker, was featured on Forbes, and of course he was honored already many times as a Microsoft MVP and the Microsoft Regional Director. Welcome, Rene Schulte.
Hello! How's it going, everyone?
Hey, Rene.
Hey.
Coming from the Metaverse.
It's so great to see you again, Rene, and it's great to have you as part of the Global XR conference again.
Likewise, my friends. Good to see you. And you didn't tell everyone like the whole effort you actually put into to set up this fantastic studio, and that your family actually also helped to make this happen. So first of all, I would say like everyone, well, you cannot hear the claps, but we should all give a big clap to Saskia and Alexander for organizing this, setting this up, but also to Alex's family, who goes a long way to actually make this happen too, right? So big hands for this.
That is definitely true. Thank you so much for the kind words.
Yes. We forgot to actually mention the title of your session, which is, I'm sorry, which was Metaverse, Embedding the Real World into Computing. Do you want to talk a bit about that? Or do you just want to take it away?
Well, we can also talk a little bit about it. So in this session, basically, I will talk about the metaverse, of course, and I will split it up into the various flavors we see today. And of course, I will also set the basic things like we will talk about, like in one, what is the definition of the metaverse? One of the many you might hear, but also I will show lots of examples. And we will also talk about economic aspects of it when we think about decentralized platforms. I will show you an overview of all the existing platforms that are on the market and the challenges it is actually to use those, and the vision to make this one metaverse happen also with standard efforts. And at the end, we will also conclude it with a small section about digital humans and your virtual presence in the metaverse.
That sounds extremely interesting. I can't wait to hear your session.
Let's get started.
Yes.
All right, everyone, you just heard what we're going to talk about today, and I'm really happy to be here at the Global XR conference again. And like I said, it's a big effort that Saskia and Alexander put together. So again, let's give them some hands for the big effort here. So what we will do initially, I will first of all explain a little bit about what is spatial computing and what you can do with this. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this slide before when I have been talking about it, but I want to make sure we're all on the same page because this is an important knowledge that will be useful for a later part when we talk about a real-world metaverse implementations. So what is spatial computing? The spatial computing is the third wave of computing, if you will. And what was the first one? The first one was personal computing. And a few of you that are old enough like me might remember when we got the first computers in our houses in the 1990s or so. And it really became interesting once they became connected with each other through the internet. And that really changed the game, and that really enabled us to do, open knowledge sharing, which we are leveraging today pretty much every day. And after personal computing, mobile computing came along with, you see a BlackBerry here, like a smartphone, which had a keyboard, but it really took off once they had touch input, like with the iPhone in 2007, and then later on as well. And of course, like all of us have probably one of these devices in our pockets. And in fact, mobile computing for certain countries these days, it's actually the first endeavor, the first use case when they're dealing with computing. And so we don't have just very powerful devices in our pockets, more capable with computing power than the computers we had under our desk in the 90s or so. But they also have a very good thing in built-in sensors. And one to mention is, of course, GPS, geopositioning sensor, right, which is using a bunch of satellites to do triangulation and basically find out the localization, where is the device in the world. And then you can use a bunch of applications. The easiest one is, of course, mapping. And so the maps gives you certain contextual information where you are, for example, like, points of interest or restaurants, whatever you're looking for. And so we get very powerful computing in our pockets with mobile computing. But on top of this, we get contextual information thanks to the sensors, right? And so after personal and mobile computing, we're now entering spatial computing age, where we have intelligent edge devices that can sense the world around us. And this could be, also a Connect, like I'm using here as my webcam, so I can do these fancy things, right, which you have seen with the intro, because I'm using depth-based masking here. But of course, it's also mobile devices or devices that you can wear on your head, like you can see on the slide, there's a HoloLens, or I also have one here. It's probably hard to see because of the Connect webcam I'm using. But as you can see, it has a bunch of sensors, right? Depth camera, but also other, monoscopic cameras here that can sense and track the device in the environment. But the same is also true for devices like a VR device. I have a Quest 2 here, Oculus Quest 2. Actually, it's the Meta Quest 2 because they like to have their same brand name for Meta. Although Oculus, right, the eye, this is just perfect. But anyhow, it's the Meta Quest 2. And as you can see, it has also a bunch of cameras for inside-out tracking. But it also allows the device to sense itself where it is in the room, right? So it has some spatial awareness. But the same applies also to mobile phones. Like I have just a normal mobile phone here, an Android device, It even doesn't even have a depth camera, but some of those have even depth cameras where they can even better sense the world around us. But even without a depth camera, just a normal RGB camera, the power is really built into these devices when it comes to the computer vision and the AI. And that's why we call them intelligent edge devices, right? Because on the edge, you can keep them with you, but also intelligence built in, like certain AI workloads, and in particular computer vision, which is sensing the world around us and can also provide us things like VPS, like visual positioning systems, right? Where we're leveraging camera data, running it through AI models, and that can sense where you are in the environment, and can also reconstruct certain things, like, it can tell you, okay, there's a wall behind you, there's a ceiling, there's a floor, and you get this kind of contextual information, this spatial map of your surrounding. And this works at a higher precision, and it also works indoors in comparison to GPS. But anyhow, all of these devices, again, have one thing in common. Regardless if it's a head-mounted device or if it's a mobile phone form factor, they can sense the world around us with spatial computing. Of course, the user experience is vastly different, right? If you build an app for a head-mounted device, if you're building one for mixed reality, like a Magic Leap or HoloLens, or if you're building one for virtual reality, like a Quest or HTC devices or Lenovo, it's a different user experiences, of course. And in particular, if you're going for mobile phone-based AR, it's of course a vastly different user experience. But again, from a technical standpoint, they have one thing in common: they can spatially sense our surroundings, and we can do some fun things with that. More about this later when we talk about the real-world metaverse. But also one important piece is, like, pretty much everyone already has such a device in their pocket already. We have around 2 billion devices that support either ARKit on iOS for iPhones or AR Core on Android devices, right? And these are advanced capabilities where, again, they can sense the world around us. The Quest 2, the most best-selling VR headset probably at the moment, has sold around 15 million devices since mid of this year. And Qualcomm estimated it was 10 million end of last year. So quite a good growth in that realm. And of course, if you'll see it on the slide, it looks tiny, right? It's nothing compared to the mobile phone market, but we're starting somewhere. And again, it's pretty impressive that actually 15 million devices were sold to consumers in the end, or prosumers, whatever you want to call it. But a lot of people already have VR devices at their home, actually, in fact, right? You might have heard about the Quest Pro, which is just available. Also have one here, but we'll see how much they're going to sell with it. It's almost 4 times the price, 3 to 4 times the price. But of course, it has a bunch of more interesting features. But I'm really curious, like, where we are next year and how much they sold, if we can actually get some data around it. But yeah, everyone has capable devices, and it doesn't have to be a head-mounted device. It can also be a mobile phone device to enter the metaverse, right? Like, to do meaningful things in the metaverse. But what is it? Well, if you ask 100 people, you will probably get 100 different answers what the metaverse is. I like the definition from Gartner, and again, probably if you have seen it before, but I want to make sure we're all on the same page before we dig a little bit deeper. So Gartner defines the metaverse as this collection of virtual shared spaces, which is a convergence of the physical reality enhanced with virtual and digital objects. And this is really important. And that's why I'm also call this session Embedding the Real World into Computing. Because if we're just dealing in these metaverse spaces with pure virtual worlds, well, there's nothing else than the online games we have today, like Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft. You always also have these large online worlds. You have multiple players that can collaborate together. So it's really important, I think, that we can embed the real world into computing and make it part of it, right? So it's a convergence then. And the metaverse is device independent, persistent, and is providing an immersive experience. And I highlighted device independent and persistent on the slide here because device independence is important. Like I said, we need to be able to use it with a mobile phone. I have another one here, right? With this blue one, for example, or with a red one, whatever the color is. But you need to be able to also use it with mobile, with a web-based experience, for example, on a desktop. But of course, the best experience you will get with a virtual reality device, right? But again, you need to be able to also use other existing devices. So device independence is a very important attribute. And persistence, right? Persistence also very much important. For example, if I have this coffee cup here and I put it in a virtual world, and then I come back a week later, it's probably gone, right? But in the real world, things don't just magically disappear, right? And in order to have a believable, good experience in these metaverse worlds, we need to be able to persist items, right? And also these tiny ones. So if I leave the coffee cup here and come back a week later into this virtual world, it should still be there, unless someone, stole it or whatever they did. But the point is, persistence is also a very important attribute. And that will actually be a big challenge. Just imagine all the computational and storage that is needed to actually make this happen for all tiny items. You will basically hear about two camps these days. There's a narrow understanding of the metaverse where we're looking at basically just an umbrella term. A lot of folks are using it for AR and VR, but I rather sign up for the broader understanding that the metaverse is the new immersive internet, the next generation of the internet, which will take a little while, but it will provide us a lot of meaningful experiences. And if you want to put it in one sentence, I love this quote Alan Smithson actually said, simply put, the metaverse is the internet, but you can go into it with virtual reality, or it can come to you with augmented reality, right? Gardner is also saying by 2026, in 4 years, a quarter of the population is going to spend at least 1 hour per day in the metaverse, which is quite a bit. But if you also include these online worlds like, gaming worlds like Fortnite and Roblox and Minecraft and what have you, potentially that's easy, right? If you have like kids that play these games, they easily spend more than 1 hour per day. So it might average out for the 25% of the people in the world. But anyhow, we'll see how this will turn out in the end on if this will actually fulfill. McKinsey is even more bullish. McKinsey is saying it's a $5 trillion opportunity by 2030. And they're also saying the metaverse is too big to be ignored for companies. And I usually add to this, a company that doesn't have a metaverse presence by 2030 might be similar to a company that doesn't have a website today. And if you, for example, searching for a service or you want to find a contractor or things like this, you probably go to a search engine today and look for a company. And you're probably not going to find those that don't have a website, right? So we'll see how this will turn out. But they're also saying it's too big to be ignored. And I fully agree. Also, another signal is coming right here from the European Commission, although we're the Global XR conference, right? I also live here in Europe, in Germany. And so I follow what the European Commission is doing. And they put in their State of the Union, Ursula von der Leyen, the president, basically had this in her letter of intent, right? So a Europe fit for the digital age, an initiative in virtual worlds such as Metaverse is there, right? So this is very, very interesting. And I think this is good because there will be some funding for some research projects. But also at the same time, I think it's important that we get in place certain regulations, right? I'm not a person that calls out a lot or cries out if I need a lot of regulations, but for certain things, we probably will need it to make it a safe place for everyone. Because if you look at certain platforms, I'm not going to put out names there, but you probably can guess what I'm looking at. If you just search like harassment in the metaverse or harassment in VR, you will find a lot of bad examples. And so it's the Wild West there at the moment, which can be quite concerning, especially if kids are involved, right? But the Wild West can be interesting for like exploring a lot of things and having a lot of innovation. But again, like if kids are involved, or actually if we want to make it a safe place for everyone, we need certain safeguards and boundaries. And I think it's important that governments and the European Commission, for example, is looking into this. I just hope they don't overregulate it, because they sometimes have a tendency to do this. But I think it's very important that we get certain ethical use cases and certain boundaries there, so that we don't have the bad guys there. Also, South Korea always leading when it comes to high tech and innovation. The Republic of Korea is also investing $177 million. And what's also interesting, they're of course also looking into the regulation. And the interesting part is here, they want to also establish laws for the metaverse, which are not based on traditional video gaming laws, right? So this is very important, because they might easily just go for existing laws and want to apply those, but we're dealing with different things here. So good investment, but also again, they're also looking at the regulation part of this. And so a lot of other governments as well. I just have these as an example here. So what are some of the different flavors? First of all, we can have this kind of what Microsoft calls the consumer metaverse, and I made up the virtual consumer metaverse here. And we have these like fully virtual worlds, basically, where you can use a PC or whatever, but of course you're best immersed if you're using a VR device, and you can put this on, and then you dive into this full virtual world. And here's an overview from Vinkos.it, and he made this kind of a really nice map of the metaverse. It's not up to date anymore, but it still has a pretty good overview of the landscape in this year. And as you can see, you have 4 quadrants here. So on the top, it says no blockchain, and the bottom says blockchain. On the left, it says no VR, and on the right, it says VR. And so all of these support VR. These don't support VR. So basically, just although these worlds are 3D, you have a 2D app, like a PC app or a console app, whatever it is. And the bottom ones, like from the startups here, like Decentraland, Sandbox, and Sonium, and all the others you can see here, they are built on the promise of the blockchain. And this basically means is you can buy virtual land in these platforms. We'll talk about this a little bit later as well. And other things you can also buy, like, for example, you have an avatar, you want to buy a funny hat or whatever, some accessoire. This is a transaction on the blockchain in the end, right? And so they are built on the blockchain. And as you can see on the top one, these are no blockchain, these are centralized platforms. And you see VRChat, Meta, Altspace, Microsoft, but also all the others here. They are all built on this kind of the promise of a centralized platform. And what we see here is not one metaverse. What we see here is a multiverse, right? Like multiple platforms, multiple metaverse platform. And this is not really what the metaverse vision is, right? The metaverse vision is one metaverse. And if it's the next generation of the internet, you might get this analogy. Like, for example, today, it also doesn't matter like what kind of operating system you're using to enter the internet. Like if you're on Linux or Mac or Windows, or if you're what kind of browser you're using, like Edge, Chrome, whatever, Firefox, whatever browser you're using, there's standard protocols, right, where you can work in the internet together. And this is what we need for the metaverse. And the nice logo you just saw rotating here, this is the logo of the Metaverse Standards Forum. And this is an initiative mainly driven by the Kronos Group. You might know them from OpenGL and OpenXR and other standards. And the Metaverse Standards Forum is working on an open interoperable metaverse. And so basically, there are certain working groups that work on things like the real and virtual world integration. There's actually, in fact, a meeting later today for this working group. And of course, Reply, where I work for, is also part of the of this. And we are basically, also contributing as much as possible. But also, you have all the big players here, like pretty much every company you see on the slide down the backdrop, but also Amazon, Google, Nvidia, Unreal, Unity, Microsoft, Meta. All of these companies are part of it, and working on a common kind of a standard for open interoperability, which again I think is crucial to actually make the true vision of the metaverse happen. It will just probably take much longer than most people think it will take, because like standards take their time and then they need to be implemented. But I think it's very important. Like, for example, we can then later on, like I said, if you look at the web and the internet analogy today, we need common standards and ways to exchange data. And so, for example, Alex can be in Altspace, and Saskia can be in Meta Horizon, and I can be in VRChat, and we physically under the hood, but there's this layer on top of it where we can still see each other, communicate with each other, although we might physically be in a different platform. On the logical level, we need this kind of common exchange layer, which will take, again, a lot of time and also a lot of effort, also from the technical standpoint, of course. So some common implementations, I guess everyone heard about. Facebook rebranded themselves to become Meta last year. Unless you live on a rock, everyone knows this. This is not news anymore, right? And they have a bunch of products. First of all, the hardware stack with the Oculus device, with the Quest devices, the Meta Quest devices. But I also have software stacks under the Horizon brand. And you have, for example, this Horizon Workrooms, which we can see a little bit later, but also the Horizon Worlds, which is this open world. Unfortunately, it's just available in certain countries. But, if you use a VPN, actually, you can also try it here from Europe if you want. And so this is how it looks like. So you can basically build your common public worlds, or private, like it's rather public worlds that you can build. And you have certain primitive shapes available where you can, build certain small objects. Unfortunately, at the moment, they don't support import of 3D models. But they announced at the Meta Connect event a few weeks ago that custom model import will be coming, as well as Sketchfab import, which is pretty cool. And what's really nice is also you have this kind of low-code, no-code tooling. There's like a visual scripting, and you see it here on the bottom 2 screenshots. You can basically get certain interactions in there without having to write any line of code. For us developers, it's sometimes a little bit kind of annoying, I have to say, if you have to work with such kind of a tool. But it's great because this is very inclusive, and everyone can create their custom worlds with interactions, right? And you can even do this together, so kind of a pair programming, if you will. And so this is definitely pretty neat there. Of course, Microsoft also has their platform Altspace, which we heard from Saskia and Alex. There will be a party tonight, or maybe there's even a watch party. So hi, everyone that is watching in Altspace. I might drop in also a little bit later. So Altspace, lots of possibilities there for building like private worlds, rooms, but also having like large public rooms. And you can upscale it to thousands of people that can actually join in it. And again, it's also possible to use it with a VR headset, so Quest devices, but also, which is pretty cool, you can use PC VR devices like tablet devices, but also there's an app for PC as well as Mac, so you can join it also in 2D basically. And then you can also have things like holoportation, which we have seen with Kipman last year in the Ignite keynote. And we see a bunch of avatars basically here sitting and enjoying the keynote. I was probably one of those here. And the presenter is basically giving a speech. In this case, it was a 2D green screen video, but you can also use a 3D video where you have a connect here and to there, angle to the side, and you get a 180-degree frontal capture, which you can then stream into Altspace and have a more realistic presence, if you will, for at least for the presenter. And again, you can build custom worlds. So here's just a quick example what we built internally at Reply. It's our kind of we call it the solar space, because the Reply and the physical offices in the world, we have these social gathering spaces, and this is basically the replica in the metaverse, if you will. And what you can see here is in Altspace. Of course, if you look closely, there's a cat. Of course, no metaverse world is complete without a cat. We have to have cats in there, of course. But joke aside, you see you can build some pretty cool stuff there. And yeah, I mean, if you have good 3D artists, you can have some really nice worlds and can build these custom worlds in Altspace, but also other platforms, of course. But here's how it looks in Altspace. You have a built-in world editor. I'm sure a lot of you have used this before. You don't have to write any line of code to actually use it. You can import the custom models. You can import 2D images. And there's even certain interactions you can put in there with scripting, but also you have some pre-built ones like the fireworks on the top or the basketball there, which provide you some kind of interactions. But the really cool part about it is, so you have this kind of no-code way to customize your world, but you can also use the Unity tool, like the Unity 3D engine, to actually create a custom scene, and then use this as your custom world in Altspace. And so there's the AltVR Unity uploader, which works really nice. And yeah, used it a few times. You can even get your animations over. Unfortunately, no scripting, because like this would be C#, and I guess there's a lot of technical constraints and also security constraints here. But again, you can at least design your custom world in a common tool like Unity, and then upload this, and then you have your full virtual world. So let's talk a little bit about money in the Metaverse. There's a certain interesting signals here I selected. Of course, it's not a full overview of the market. I'm not going to bore you with that, but I selected some rather recent signals. So one of it is we saw at the Meta Connect event. If you have seen it, they also shared some numbers from the Quest store, and people spend 1.5 billion US dollars on apps and games in the Quest store. And that's around, if you go back to my other slide, that's around $100 per user. And that's actually pretty good if you think about it. Like, because if you look at the mobile phone market, the margin is very low. And here you can even have certain titles, like they have around 400 quest titles that made 100 million in sales, sorry, 1 million in sales already, right? So 400 quest titles, each of them made at least 1 million in sales. So this is pretty good. And there's a good angle for creators and indie developers to actually get a big share of it. And yeah, exciting times again, right? It's like with the beginning of mobile, where you could still, as a small indie person, make some good money there. And yeah, you just have the good ideas and good skills, and yeah, get going. Another recent one is from Roblox. Roblox basically yesterday or so, they shared that they have a lot of folks that build virtual fashion, like digital fashion. So apparently a lot of people love, and especially Generation Z, loves to change their clothing of these avatars in Roblox. And they do this at least every week, the Gen Z there. So, and what they also announced is they have a lot of creators that design virtual goods, and it's 200 times as many creators designing virtual clothing than physical designers in the United States. Well, it's not so surprising. It's much easier to create digital clothing, but also not that easy as many people would think it is. But there's definitely a market, right? Like Jen said, loves to switch out their virtual clothing just like they love to switch out their real clothing. And that is, I think, pretty impressive. In fact, there's more in that space. Like when we talk about virtual clothing, also big luxury fashion brands like Gucci and so on are making some good money there. But I also selected a few other signals here from the decentralized world, right? So, like I mentioned, there's these decentralized platforms that are built on top of the blockchain, various blockchains. Typically, it's Ethereum, but others use different blockchains under the hood. So if you look at a few of those, like Decentraland, for example, they made 2.4 million. You can buy virtual land there, like virtual real estate in these virtual worlds, and folks spend millions of US dollars to get up a virtual land plot in Decentraland. This was quite a hype beginning of this year, but if you see the second graph here, this is from another decentralized platform from Sandbox. You see the virtual land sales drop quite a bit. So the hype is getting into a less speculative bubble, I would say. But still, you got to be careful with that stuff, because what's the point? Like, if you look at virtual land, I mean, I see the point from a marketing perspective, but I don't know how sustainable it is. And the other thing is also, there's no scarcity of virtual land, right? Like, you can always put in another server that gives you another amazing land plots, virtual land plots, which is not the case with real world land, right? With physical land, there's a limitation behind it, and that drives the price up. And so with virtual land, well, I can build more and more and more. So we'll see how this will turn out. But I think we're now getting into a more realistic and sustainable business model, because it's still quite a speculative bubble, if you ask me. But also a lot of interesting things are happening. We talked about virtual fashion, and these are, for example, virtual sneakers made by Artifact. It's a company that only made, or an agency that only made virtual sneakers. Nike acquired them, I think, last year or something. And now Nike, has a collaboration where they're building virtual sneakers, but also make these real world sneakers, right? So this is pretty cool then, because you have this kind of transmedia experience, right? Where you can, again, embed the real world into computing. This, I think, it's where it's getting really interesting. A few examples for these kind of, brand presence in the metaverse. And so you have a few companies. The video playing there, it's one of those where I really don't understand what's the point of it. It's like in Horizon Worlds, you can enter the Wendyverse since April or so this year. And so why would I go to a burger joint in VR? But hey, maybe I just don't get it. But also, like a few other examples on the top, you see that the JP Morgan created this Onyx, this virtual bank in Decentraland. And again, they made a good press, like they got a bunch of mentionings in news sites and blogs and so on. But I don't know what the value really is. If you enter this, there's a tiger roaming inside of the bank, a 3D tiger model. And then, like, I don't see any actions I can do there. Like, and also there's not a lot of people and so on. So, right, it's questionable, like, how sustainable it is. It was probably an expense from a marketing perspective, but for long term, I don't know. But anyhow, we'll see how this will turn out. But I'm just saying it's likely interesting. But if brands want to be present in these metaverse platforms and want to use one of these decentralized ones with virtual land, you need good folks, good consulting to basically help you to do the right things and make also a meaningful brand presence there, and not something which is just a quick marketing gag, right? Bottom left, Nike Land. Nike Land is built in Roblox, and this is super successful, by the way. They attracted nearly 7 million users from 224 countries since last year, and this is pretty impressive. What's also impressive is that this Nike Land and other Nike digital initiatives are part of Nike Digital, and Nike Digital is the fastest growing and is now 26% of Nike's total brand revenue. So 26% of Nike's total revenue is Nike Digital, which is not just the Metaverse stuff, but all other digital things that Nike are doing. But just imagine, Nike is a company that sells sports products, like physical products. But again, a quarter already is from Nike Digital. So it tells you a lot about the transformation that is ongoing, and certain companies like Nike are well set up there. Another really nice case, I think, is the Balenciaga and Fortnite collaboration, because it has this cool transmedia experience. So first of all, you see there's an advertisement in New York Times Square where they have these super cool, like, cornered, angled kind of billboards. And so you can see it on the Times Square in the physical world, but you can also see the same billboard and the same ad inside of Fortnite in the virtual game. And so this is already pretty cool from, again, transmedia experience. But what's even cooler is you can buy in, limited edition Balenciaga, like hoodies and shirts and so on, in selected Balenciaga stores. And so you can have them in Fortnite, but you can also have them in the physical world, right? And again, this is really like embedding the real world and giving this kind of a connection where we have these transmedia experiences. And this, I think, it's where it's really becoming interesting. And apparently it's going pretty well. Balenciaga started their own Metaverse department. And we see this also with other fashion companies in particular, where it's really taking off. Enterprise commercial Metaverse. So what is this? Well, first of all, it's use cases where I think it's more relevant for enterprise and not so much for consumer. You typically have a few collaboration tools. And I selected a few demos here. This is one where we were having a meeting with the team here in Horizon Workrooms. And what you can see here is my first person view that I recorded while I was wearing the Quest. So I was sitting in front of my computer like this, right? But I could still use my computer mouse, because I don't need to see where it is. But also for certain selected keyboards, you can actually map your physical keyboard into the virtual keyboard, so you can actually type as well. But anyhow, was really nice because you feel much more connected to your colleagues. Although, let's be honest, we are not going to do any meeting with these on, right? Like, this is too heavy for too long. But for certain meetings, like these kind of group meetings and, having some interesting discussions, especially if you have a distributed team across the globe, this is really nice. And, with hand tracking, we can even do high fives. And so you get a lot of more personal connection, although the people you see are not video, but avatars. But the avatars are pretty nice, and so this works well. And I can tell you, I remember much better from these meetings, and I was wondering, why is this the case? And then I read there's science behind it. Basically, our human brain works spatially, and so we remember things with spatial information, which means is position, like location, but also sound and so on, play a big role. And if you're fully immersed in this virtual world, first of all, you're fully immersed, right? Full field of view. But also you get 3D vision, like stereo 3D vision, right? And then also you have spatial sound. So if someone over there is talking, I know immediately where to turn my head, right? So I have these kind of 3D vision like I have in the real world, and I have also spatial sound, which I also have in the real world. And so this helps quite a bit actually to feel more connected and also to remember it better. And again, it's also not just a small post-sem size Teams or Zoom window, and switching to email or doing other things is not as easy if you have this headset on. So more focused. And again, for certain meetings, I definitely see some benefit there. You can do also similar things in Altspace. Of course, we also have some private worlds there and can you do screen sharing from my computer, like looking for some boring Excel statistics and whatnot. But yeah, we can do a lot of things there. And again, this is with my group, the Community of Practice for Spatial Computing, that I'm leading for Reply, where we can have some of these meetings. And we tested a bunch of these platforms. But of course, what we're all waiting for is this year, right? Mesh for Teams, the Mesh meetings in Teams. We'll see when this will happen, but it will be really nice because it's a gateway into the metaverse. We have 270 million existing Teams users already that are using this collaboration tool. And this will bring them the first metaverse experiences where they are, right? So they can use it inside of their normal Teams window on a desktop PC. And then they might see, oh, this is actually useful. And then they will actually, for example, buy a VR headset and actually dive into this once they became hooked up and see the benefit here. But yeah, it will be pretty exciting to have it because, again, we have an existing collaboration tool, which gets another really nice feature added on top of this. Also, at the recent Meta Connect and the Microsoft Ignite events, was also shared that Microsoft is having a collaboration with Meta. In fact, when you saw the Zuckerberg keynote at the Meta Connect, I'm not sure if it was the same for me, but for me, it was kind of surprise appearance by Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella in the keynote, where they announced this partnership. And they're also going to bring M365, Microsoft 365 with Word, PowerPoint, all these other tools to the Meta Quest devices. And you might say, why would I use Word and PowerPoint on a VR headset? And I had the same kind of thought. But then if you think about it again, you have endless virtual screen estate, basically. Because if you look at these latest devices, like the Quest Pro, which have high resolution displays, you can actually read text very well. And you can have a virtual monitor here and another screen here and another one there. And think about it, you're traveling on a train, airplane, you're in a hotel, wherever, you have these always with you, right? So I could definitely see some use cases for that. And also announced at Ignite was the Mesh for Teams avatars preview. So you can use these avatars basically inside of Teams instead of a webcam. So for example, if you have a bad hair day, or also think about, for kind of diversity reasons, right? Like think about gender identity and things like that, where you can represent you as your true self. And you can also, switch and change the kind of look and feel, whatever your mood for the day is. And so I think there's definitely some value, but of course, this is a building block leading to the a full Mesh for Teams meeting experience. But anyhow, you can already sign up private preview with the avatars there. All right, let's talk about one of my favorite topics, the real-world metaverse. So what is this? Well, first of all, that's why I explained to you spatial computing. So we have these devices like mobile phones, but also headsets, like a Quest, like a HoloLens, whatever. Sorry for this. Voice is getting a little bit rough today. But anyhow, we have these spatial computing devices that can sense the world around us. And if we do this all together, like I do it here, like my wife and my kids do it in other rooms of the house, we get a digital replica, we get a digital capture of our house. And if we scale this up, if you all do this, we can actually get a digital capture, a reference map, a computer vision, machine-readable reference map of the whole physical world. And if we overlay this, we have this really nice, like I said, this computer vision, machine-readable visual reference map of the real world. And then we can do some really interesting things with this, like anchoring virtual content in the real world. So we can put certain assets here. I'm sure a few of you have seen this demo I built before, but basically here, what I did is I used Azure Spatial Anchors to attach an anchor in the real world, and then I attached a video clip to this, which was from 1946. And so if you look at the two church towers, when I then walk around this portal, because the portal will stay there with the anchor, you see it looks quite different now in Dresden these days. But what it tells you is the content doesn't matter so much, actually. So it could be video, it could be photo, it could be 3D model, whatever. But the more important part is, with these kind of experiences, or with this technology, we have a visual positioning system. And so we don't need GPS. And we don't need any QR codes or markers, but the real world, the real surrounding, the spatial map around the user is your marker. And so the experience like this, I go there with my smartphone or with a HoloLens. I scan the place a little bit. It extracts the relevant information, saves this. And then, if you have then the app installed, like a tourist can come, scan the same place or from another angle. That's the cool part, right? You don't have to be there in the exact same position, but just pretty close. And then you scan it, and then you can see that information that someone else left there. And you can build some really interesting things with that, because it also works indoors. So you can do indoor navigation and a lot of other things. Of course, a lot of other companies are working on this as well. For example, Snap with their location services. And here you can see a recent demo they made. They're also choosing to do this kind of time portal thingy here with their location service. But yeah, also other companies, Niantic, you might know them from Pokemon Go. They also work on a VPS system, on a visual positioning system. But they're doing a little bit different approach compared to Azure Spatial Anchors. So basically, Niantic, again, with Pokemon Go, users could opt in to do crowdsourcing of these visual maps. So if you look at Azure Spatial Anchors, you basically create your own visual map from scratch on your tenant. That's connected to your Azure tenant, if you will. And so if you look at Niantic and others, you already have a public map, and you're contributing to this public map. And you have to choose which kind of method you prefer. I actually have to say, for enterprise and professional use cases, I prefer the one where I have it by default not public, but in my own private tenant. And then I can always make it public, right? If I enable this via an app or so. But the benefit of this approach that Niantic is doing, you already have all these places scanned, right? At least recently they had like 30,000 VPS activated locations. It might be a few more now, but definitely some good stuff in that place. And also Google. Google AR Core Geospatial API is also working on a VPS system. And what they did is they used Google satellite images, but even more so Google Street View data. And here you can see from the Street View images they captured, and they did what we call in computer vision feature point extraction, like these are the blue dots, and then they can match them, right, and can link them basically together. And in the end, you get not just a point cloud, but you get basically a localization map, right? What I mentioned before, I can anchor virtual items in the real world, and I already have an existing map because that's based on Street View data. I don't have my demo here, but of course I tried it out, and well, it works okay to a certain degree. It's still a beta for sure, but it really depends what kind of building you're holding your phone up, right? If I'm like create my anchor or my anchor point while I was scanning this building, and then I come back later on and localize it and don't choose the same building but the one next to it, I had a drift of a meter or so, which is a little bit too much, because we need VPS systems which is in a centimeter range precision. But again, it highly also depends what kind of location you're choosing and so on, if there's good enough data, right? Well, spatial computing devices are also robots, right? And we can do also some interesting things with this. We can also leverage these robots for 3D scanning. In this case, we actually have chosen to add not just the internal sensing of the robot, but actually use a LiDAR scanner, like a laser scanner. And this was mounted on the back of the robot. And you can see, like here, when I put my cursor there, here and there, and so on, you can see that where the robot stopped. And basically, we did a bunch of 3D scans. And in the end, that resulted in a 1 billion point cloud, right? 1 billion points point cloud. And the video compression is probably not showing all of it, but if you see it, you might guess there's a lot of details here on the branches of the tree. And you have to imagine this robot is like with the LiDAR scanner, it's maybe maximum 1.5 meter. That's like 4 to 5 feet in height. And so it really walks on the ground, but it can still scan all of this stuff, which is quite high. You see it also here with the ceiling and so on. So we get this kind of a digital twin basis data, if you will, but you can also then use this data for, comparing it. So I could go to this place 6 months later and then use an AR device. Here I use the HoloLens to basically overlay it, and then I can see what are the differences, for example. And in fact, what I'm also using here is Azure Remote Rendering to actually visualize it on the HoloLens, because this 1 billion point cloud file is way too big. It's almost 20 gigabytes or so, and you would not be able to render it directly on the HoloLens. But this is thanks to Azure Remote Rendering. Basically takes the input from the HoloLens, like head rotation, head movement, the pose, sends this into an Azure backend, Azure data center, where there's a VM running with a big GPU that is then rendering the images, the frames, and it's actually streaming this back as a stereo video for the left and right eye, plus the depth data. And so you can integrate it also with local rendered content. And this is, I did this, I maybe have shown a similar one last year, where I actually had to convert the point cloud into geometry. So we had to first convert it from the point cloud into geometry, which is a very time-consuming process. And also, you will lose some information. And the good part is, since this year, Azure Remote Rendering also supports point clouds directly in a few formats. For example, E57 is a popular point cloud format. And so you can directly use your point cloud, put it into Azure Remote Rendering, and then visualize it. And it saves you a step in between, which is fantastic. And you can get the full details of the full point cloud. Here's another case with remote rendering. In this case, we used a different SDK. It was NVIDIA Cloud XR here. And what you see is a recording of an AR experience on an Android device. And what you also see, it's really shiny, nice BMW M7 rendering here. And this is done with Unreal. So we're using Unreal's real-time ray tracing, which is path tracing. And as you can see, beautiful quality and details and really lifelike photorealistic rendering. Let me skip forward here, and you see the beautiful reflections, right? Ray tracing in action in real time. And so again, this is done with a remote rendering. So it runs on in this case, we had it just on the office computer, but you can also, do this on premises or in the cloud, and you can basically render these complex stuff on a powerful machine with a big fat graphics card and have a very lightweight device to actually visualize it. A few of you might have scanned the QR code or typed in the link there. There's another demo which you can try out later or now if you want. It's another remote rendering demo we built using not pixel streaming, not Cloud XR, not remote rendering, but Unreal's pixel streaming, which runs in the browser. It's pretty cool. It's a core configurator which also is leveraging Unreal's real-time ray tracing in the browser. Let's talk about digital humans as a last section, because we just have a few more minutes left here. Digital humans is an important aspect, I think, of our virtual presence in this, metaverse experiences, because, we're typically represented as an avatar in these platforms. And the challenge, though, is that these avatars, first of all, look a little bit like comic figures, but we're getting to this in the next slides. But the most important part is they all look different on each platform. So here on the slide, I have Meta, Altspace, and Snap. They all look different, although that's my avatar. I tried to design it in a similar way, but these avatar systems have different capabilities. There are companies like Ready Player Me that provide a cross-platform SDK, but of course, these companies have to implement it first, right? And if they don't implement it in the Metaverse platform, well, that's it. So I think there's a big opportunity for Web3 things like decentralized identities, where instead of using a vendor to sign into a certain platform, for example, using Meta, Amazon, or Google to actually sign up and sign into an application or service, you actually, which is a challenge, because if the service goes down, right, if like one of these big platforms goes down, you cannot log into any of these tools anymore, right? So that's a challenge in itself. Gives a lot of power into these big tech companies. So that's why I think decentralized identity, where basically your identity is your wallet on the blockchain, your public key in the end, is a lot of opportunity there, because we're freeing ourselves up from these, the power of these centralized platforms. And so your avatar could also be connected to it as an NFT, for example, right? Could be connected to your wallet, something like this. But of course, we're still not there. And I think there's very good substantial pieces with it, with this kind of Web3 and decentralized protocols. But there's a lot of challenges as well. On the other hand, like we still have a lot of power from certain folks that own a lot of coins on these platforms. And of course, the sustainable effort is terrible for certain blockchains, right? The amount of energy wasted is just ridiculous. And so this is not sustainable, and also transactions are too slow. But there are companies working on this, like one to mention is Lamina One, They're building a layer 1 protocol on top of the Bitcoin blockchain to make this more efficient and so on. So we'll see how this will all turn out, but I think there's an opportunity here for having also decentralized identity and, you know, being able to share your avatar also with these different platforms. But again, look all pretty comic, and what we're probably going to need in the future is this hyper-realism, right? Because we want these worlds to look super realistic. Potentially, most people want this. And Meta showed this stuff they're working on, the codec avatars, stuff from, you know, the R&D lab from Meta. Still a long way to go, and also needs a lot of computational effort, but also a crazy setup, like with a full capture studio, full capture dome, as you can see here, to actually make these codec avatars happen. But I also have shown a little thing here, this one, the instant avatars, where you can just use a mobile phone to scan your face, use a few poses, and then it also generates an AI kind of an avatar out of this. It looks a little bit uncanny sometimes, because, like, you know, when she moves her eyes, like the rest of the like the lashes and so on are not really moving, so they're not like getting all the muscles there. But definitely really impressive. But again, this is stuff from the labs, and it will probably take a little while until we have this available. And also think about the computational requirements to make this at scale, right? What you can already use today is this here, hyperrealism, with MetaHuman creator from Epic Games. And yeah, you can create these super nice realistic avatars or 3D character models with the MetaHuman creator tool. And again, fantastic rendering quality with Unreal Engine, and you can get really good looking 3D characters. We leveraged this recently in one of our events. So this is a exchange event we have internally at Reply, and this is our CTO here, Filippo. And in the beginning, people were only seeing this side of it, like with the MetaHuman avatar here. And Filippo was having a conversation with her. And at the end, we did this kind of, this is how we build it behind the scenes shot, which you can see here in my little short video clip. And then, you know, we unveiled that there was actually a real actress behind it. And she was real-time motion tracked with the Xsense body motion tracking suit. So we can, you know, track the hands and the upper body movement. And the facial tracking is just done with an iPhone 13 and the front-facing depth camera, right? And then you can get these really nice, you know, digital human interactions and you know, drive it by a human actor, but you could also, of course, do it with an AI. There's a lot of possibilities there already. If you want to learn more about the meaning of virtual presence in the Metaverse, I would recommend to go to our website, reply.com, and look into the VR AR section, and there you can download this report. It's a really nice report, I think, that we put together there that covers all the aspects like digital embodiment, decentralized identity, but also security and the ethical aspects of it. Because, you know, great opportunity with avatars in a sense of that I can be my true self, but also people and bad actors might hide behind certain avatars, right? So there's two sides of the coin as usual. And again, download the report. Another report here, I have a QR code which you can actually scan, is the our Metaverse report. But again, you can just go to reply.com, look into the Metaverse stuff there, and download the report for free. It's based on a machine learning model we have that is called Transona platform, that is analyzing a lot of expert blogs, news sites, patent fillings, scientific publications, all of this data, plus some human knowledge and human expert knowledge. And we put this all together and get this really nice report, which is called Disentangling the Value from the Hype. So you can check this out. And last piece, if you want to learn more, I'm also doing a video podcast, which is called Meta Minutes. This is where I invite expert guests. For example, we had Saskia on it, and you know, we can record or I record these kind of things sometimes even in the Metaverse. Like here, I actually did also the same with Saskia, where I recorded in the Metaverse. Sorry, I just had the picture here with another guest, with Niels. But yeah, we like short episodes, 15 to 20, 25 minutes or so, just one topic, typically 3 questions. And then we talk about it and cover certain aspects of it and try to make it approachable. Meta Minutes, find it on YouTube, but also if you go into various podcast platforms, you just want to listen to it and don't need the video, we also have it there. And just look for Valorum Voices, and there you can find it, or Meta Minutes. And with that, thank you so much for your attention. Wish you a great rest of the Global XR conference. I hope that was useful time for you. And yeah, you can reach out anytime. Feel free to connect on LinkedIn or Twitter. I'm always happy to chat, and might also pop into the Discord in a moment. And then also we can, maybe if we still have some time for questions, we could also do this now. Again, thank you so much, and have a great rest of the Global XR conference.
Thank you so much, Rene.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. It was really another really awesome, interesting, great keynote. Thank you so much. I think we have a couple of questions for you.
Let's do it.
So, yeah, let me just start. So, I was wondering, with all those like technologies and concepts that make up the metaverse, where do you think progress would create the most value? Like you talked about spatial anchors, maybe is it better computer vision? Is it affordable high resolution displays? Because the Quest Pro is great, but it's not, there are better ones that are really expensive. Or is it maybe like photorealistic avatars? Where do you think the most progress would create the most value?
Yeah, that's a great question, and also hard to answer. But I think it's multiple things, a combination of those what you mentioned. But I think most importantly, it's about having great user experiences and having meaningful things you can actually do there, right? Content is the king, if you will, or the queen, right? Content is the most important thing. Like, we can have only so much fun in these platforms for a certain amount of time, right? But if you have don't have meaningful things, like for example, we're doing our meetings sometimes in these metaverse platforms, and so we have this reoccurring value out of those. I think this is good already, but we need much better content, and also the kind of the killer apps, if you will.
Cool. I also had a question. We actually had some questions, but during the presentation, you mentioned something about buying land, and it's not really useful. And I agree with that. I actually think if you want to do it, it's more like a statement, but also I'm curious what you think about it. I think it would work if you actually relate virtual land to actual land. So like buying a virtual place on the moon, and then you can only sell one part only once. So it's not like unlimited area or cities, because I agree with you that will just not work, because it will drop the price. While buying, for example, the area where the White House is placed is going to be very expensive. So I'm just curious how you think about that.
Yeah, this is a good point. And just to be pretty clear, I think there's still value in these virtual land ownership and having these decentralized platforms where you can buy virtual land, but I just don't see very amazing implementations of it now. And the point you're making is a very good one, where you link the real world and the virtual world. And in fact, actually, I was talking with Diego from a company called OVER, in last week's Meta Minutes episode that we published, about their platform, what they're building. And they are actually doing something like this. You can virtually buy, I think it was hexagonal shapes of real land, basically, like in the real world, right? So you can buy a certain plot, like, I don't know how big it was, 100 meters or whatever. And so you can buy this plot, and then you can put your virtual experience there. And that's your exclusive access. So if I buy like out of the house here, I buy this, for example, there, and it's not very expensive, but I can then place my virtual anchor stuff all over the place, and I have exclusive access basically to this. And then of course I can trade it, I can share it, and so there's efforts in that space, and I thought this was really interesting what they're doing there. Out of Italy, pretty small, cool startup.
Nice.
Yeah, I imagine it also depends on basically one company having a monopoly in that space. I mean, if you have like 20 companies all selling you the same virtual plot, then it's less valuable. But yeah. Interesting. I was wondering, like, you talk about virtual space that you can buy. Do you think, if you look at science fiction, this idea of this world-spanning metaverse where people will spend like half of their day, do you think that's ever going to happen? Or will it stay like you go there for an hour to do a certain thing and then you go back into the real world? How do you see that developing?
Yeah, it's a very controversial and good question, because like I don't sign up for the dystopian oasis, which we know from Ready Player One. Like, who wants that? I mean, we all love. I know you guys, like, you're my friends, right? I know you also love outdoors. You love to go outside in the forest and enjoy nature. And I'm the same, and I think most people are the same. But so I rather want us to preserve our beautiful nature and not destroy it like we saw in Ready Player One, where we then need to escape this dystopian reality into some virtual worlds. So I don't think this will happen. I hope it will not happen. But what I rather see is it's an extension of our work and also life, which is already a lot online, right? Where we are just dealing with these, flat screens like 2D and all of this. And if I can do this more in 3D and be more immersed, I think this is also pretty useful for a lot of remote and hybrid work scenarios where you feel much more connected because you can see people more immersively, you can collaborate, but then you also can take it off and enjoy the beautiful real world, and that's an important part, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
actually, follow-up question. Do you think VR actually has a future, or is it going to be all
I was gonna ask the same.
AR? I'm so
Exactly.
sorry I
Yeah.
stole
No, no,
your
no. That's
question.
good. No, that's actually good.
Is it? Are we going towards AR
Yeah.
anyway?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you also look at all the analysts and so on, and pretty much everyone is saying similar things, but also Apple, Tim Cook, and so on, they also say like,
Yeah.
"Hey, I see the value in AR." I definitely see value for VR, but I think this is rather limited for certain enthusiasts, right? But for the common like population, I think this is not acceptable, to shut you off from the real world and put on these devices. But I think in the end, it will be the winning devices will be those that can do both. And you
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
already see
Yeah.
it with the Meta Quest Pro. Like you have actually a virtual reality device, which can then with this kind of color pass through, you get some pretty good AR experience. Although I have to say, I was expecting much better from that. I tried it out. There's so many artifacts still with the reconstruction from the pass through, like it's still not there. So we'll see what the approach will be, but I think it will be rather something like the HoloLens did with these special optics like waveguides and so on, where you have by default an augmented reality experience. But then, for example, you would have like here, well, you cannot probably see it because I'm using a webcam as a Connect. But if you then shut off the visor here, make it dark, like with some of these electronic tinting or so, you can make it fully dark. Then you can be fully in the virtual world. But then you
Yes.
open it up again, basically dynamically, and then you have augmented reality experience. But in the end, what we
I
need
think
to
the
come to
Vario,
is a
yeah,
form factor
the
like
Vario
this,
headsets. Yeah,
right? Like this is the form factor we
Yeah,
need.
but that's indeed the future because
yeah,
to actually get it to work, to have everyone starting to use AR in a metaverse way where you're blending the actual world with the physical world with the virtual world,
Yeah.
devices need to be under 100 grams.
Yep.
Because otherwise people are not going to wear it. Because
No.
how I like HoloLens and I like every new device which comes on the market, but
Yeah.
it's still currently a lot clunky, big, and very, um, yeah, difficult to wear for a long time.
Yeah. That's the point. Is like also with the Quest Pro, they improved the ergonomics, but it's too heavy. Like you're not going to able to wear it the whole day. I
Yeah,
mean, great stuff, great features in that. Don't get me wrong; it's an exciting, good device. But it's just another iterational step, and I think we need many more years, maybe until the end of the
yeah,
decade, to actually make something that can enter the consumer market. I mean, we're all waiting for Apple, right? Everyone is excited. Like, what will Apple do? What will Apple do? Because they always win the consumer market. We'll see. Just
yeah.
like next year, I don't know if they will be there
I'm
already.
thinking the same. I'm like, well, let's see, indeed, because yeah, my biggest concern with things like Apple is that they come up with a device and that even if it's not that great, it will sell because people just want to buy the new Apple thing. And
Sure.
that can be good, but can also be really bad because it can go both ways. And I'm a
Yeah.
bit, yeah,
Yeah.
bit worried about the bad way.
Yeah. Let's hope they don't overhype and underdeliver. I mean,
Yeah,
they're pretty good at marketing usually, but also I know there's a lot of very good people working at Apple on this stuff, and so I'm pretty sure they will build something that is actually going to help the industry in the end as well. Yeah, because like again, we need to be able to move in smaller steps to get to the true vision also the true vision of the metaverse, right? It's not here. And the issue though is like a lot of folks like, oh, they heard it last year, right? And then people have a very short attention span these days, and they don't have the stamina as well, right? And so like, oh, it's not here yet, metaverse failed. That will be a lot of the press we will probably hear next year. But it's iterational steps. This needs a lot of time, and we need these open standards to actually make it a realization. And so we need to be here for the long run.
So
Yes.
shall we round up?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a great pleasure to talk to you as always. Thank you so much again for your time and your talk.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Yeah. So,
All right, back to outspace.
He's gone. He is gone. Yeah, let's round it up.
Yeah. If you still have questions for Rene, maybe I'm assuming he will be on Discord to answer your questions, maybe now or later. But just put all your questions in the Discord channel.
Yeah, and for now, this first keynote has been finished. The next keynote will take place at 5 p.m. UTC time with Didem Un Atesh. And so we will get back to you at that time.
In 45 minutes.
In 45 minutes. So we will keep the broadcast open just so that you can see where we are. Okay? See you in 45 minutes.
Bye.
is goed, dat mag.
Dan doe jij de andere twee.
Ja, wat ik kan. gaat zo meteen de introductiemove. Dus laat de introductiemove lopen stoppen.
Yes, we gaan het nog een keer.
StereoKit is an open source mixed reality library for C# developers. It's really good for building applications and tools. Instead of focusing on the games and interactive media use case, it focuses on applications and productivity and things like that. So it focuses very much on like how do I do these real world problems that applications need to solve, like loading files from the file system using a built-in file picker makes it really easy. And in general, it just makes the mixed reality development experience much easier. So it is basically an entire engine of its own. It's an alternative to the other tools that are out there, but it is very specifically focused on mixed reality first. So all of the defaults are set up to work really well in mixed reality. All the graphics are tuned to work really well on mobile mixed reality headsets. And it's just a really good experience for those of you who are developing applications that are specifically for mixed reality. It's also a part of the C# ecosystem, just using the regular C# stuff. So nothing fancy or funky going on here. You can just work with NuGet and the latest and greatest .NET features. So it's really good for developers who are already in the .NET ecosystem and really want to make the most of it.
Welcome back, everyone, to day one.
Still day one.
Of the Global XR Conference 2022.
Yeah, we used to do normally more days than one, We actually do 2 days today, but we're still on the same day. So yes, welcome everyone. Welcome to the second part of today. So for the second keynote.
Yes, because today we are doing 4 keynotes. The first one, Rene Schulte, maybe you've already seen it, otherwise you can watch it in the recording on YouTube. And now we have the second keynote, and after that, 2 more keynotes.
Correct. And to give you a bit of a heads up, so tomorrow, and I know that some were misguided by the agenda, since the date was in the below part of the agenda instead of the top part. This day is 4 keynotes. Tomorrow we have all the other sessions, which will start from 2 p.m. UTC. And that will be sessions in 3 different channels around business, technical, and creative. And separately we have 2 community slots going on as a forward session, which are very long, but they do that separately.
Yes, the really great user groups are going to do very long sessions.
Yes.
They were really great last year, so I have high hopes for tomorrow. If you want to ask questions to our speakers, or if you want to interact with other people watching, please join our Discord channel. The link is on the website, and every session there has its own channel where you can go and then interact and ask questions.
Yeah, and the other thing is, by signing up for Discord, you also find a channel which goes about prices. We actually have a prize, which is going to be a Pico 4, which I'm really happy about. You're required to do a few things. One is to sign up on YouTube, one to have an Eventbrite ticket, and the other one to, what was it? Discord?
Join the Discord.
Join the Discord, otherwise you can't see the prizes. And the Eventbrite tickets are still open till the end of the event, so till tomorrow at the last session. After that it's closed, and next week we will draw the winner for the prize.
So just get a ticket, they are free. If you want to interact even more with other people, we also have an old space that is open during the whole conference, where you can meet other people and you can watch the stream from there. And after the last keynote today, we have a live DJ party in Old Space with DJ Dominic Vaillant from Berlin, who's going to do a live 1-hour set after the last keynote. So come and join us in Old Space to party.
Yes. And you don't need to have an Oculus Quest for that. You can actually do it also on your desktop, so don't worry.
True.
And last but not least, one thing we want to mention is that we have put all the upcoming sessions and things which are going on within the Global XR community on our globalxr.community website. So pay attention to that one. We will actually also post every of those upcoming events on Meetup, so you will find them.
Yes, but we have a new website, globalxr.community.
Yes.
And I think that's it for the introduction.
Mm-hmm.
We are very pleased now to introduce our keynote speaker, Didem Atesh, with her session, Please Play Responsibly. And Didem is many things. So let me start. She is head of Applied Strategy, Data and AI in Microsoft Customer and Partner Solutions. She's also a fellow for the Royal Society for the Arts, a member of the Forbes Technology and EDM Councils, a Tech Women Champion, and a Trailblazer 50. She's also a passionate AI practitioner and a leader in Responsible Metaverse. So, it is our pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Saskia. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Shall I share my screen now and just let's get going, right?
Yes, please. Yes.
Of course. Yeah, there we go. I hope. Well, first of all, good day, everybody. I wish it's such a pleasure to be here. I'm absolutely delighted not just to join and speak with you all and take your questions, but also learn a lot about the Metaverse and XR myself in this conference. So I wish you a fantastic conference in these 2 days. As Saskia mentioned, I have the privilege to be part of Microsoft's customer and partner solutions team. I focus on our large data, AI, analytics, and recently Metaverse engagements. And I also lead operationalization of responsible AI and, of course, Metaverse in our organization. So let's get going. Before we start with the actual presentation, I would love to just say a few words about myself. I have been in this amazing space, technology, especially disruptive technology, for 25 years. I had the privilege to build $4 to $5 billion businesses several times in my career. And among all the business numbers and day-to-day job, for me, the most meaningful part, the thing that makes me sleep well at night, has been to ensure we are building, developing, deploying, and scaling technologies that make us, all of us, live better and give back to our society. So I do want to share that that's genuinely what makes this so exciting and meaningful for me. I'm not going to take you back 25 years, definitely not. But if we look at the past 10 years or so, there has been so much going on in our space. Web 2.0 took off, artificial intelligence took off. I was part of the very first business AI team within Microsoft Research, where we incubated our first AI algorithms for enterprises. Common sense solutions like AI for sales, AI for marketing, AI for customer service. And all of those amazing businesses, which turned into Power Platform and other SaaS solutions, I was able to observe things. As much as these were all super exciting, fascinating developments and acceleration of technology, I was also able to observe some of the risks, some of the challenges. For example, in the AI team at that incubation experience, I noticed the lack of diversity. And of course, in technology, diversity has always been a challenge. But in AI, at that time, it was absolutely mind-blowing. So I thought, okay, how do I respond? Not react, but respond to what I'm seeing. And I said, okay, let me put together a volunteer team of about 80 people. We hadn't even met each other. We were all around the world. And we said, let's host some hackathons, some AI hackathons for high school girls, so that maybe we can inspire them to embrace this technology. And whatever they love, they use technology to be better at it. So long story short, that simple volunteer project that we piloted in a few cities in the US and Europe, like Seattle, New York, and London and Athens and so on, turned into a global program. Not just at Microsoft, but also our customers and partners like Accenture, like KPMG, and so on. And now it's part of our Microsoft Imagine Junior program around the world. And also, the girls who participated in those hackathons and boot camps started hosting their hackathons and boot camps in their high schools around the world. So it is possible to change and shape the technology when we see these opportunities or challenges as our signature in a way that we can do. So similarly, a few more examples. I had just joined Accenture to set up their Microsoft Data AI practice a couple of years ago. A month later, the pandemic happened. And we put together a team, very quickly, of course, with Microsoft, Avanade, and Accenture, and we set up a humanitarian program. Just in 10 days, we were basically able to help our clients, governments, health institutions, schools with solving those questions about what COVID was, how we could identify the symptoms and so on. And one of our flagship implementations has been in India with 1.3 billion citizens. I still remember the 6 a.m. Thursday message in my ears from the digital CEO of India, the Ministry of Health, saying, we are saving lives here. That's what makes my job very meaningful. So we fast forward. Metaverse, XR, Web3, of course, are taking off. And super algorithms, super intelligence is taking off. So my, I guess, latest example is that I lead operationalization of responsible AI and, of course, upcoming metaverse in our sales organization. And to me, that makes me whole. That really adds meaning to all the revenues, all the products, everything that we are privileged to develop. So what I'm trying to say, I think, is summarized in this quote by one of my favorite, absolutely favorite human beings and authors. Between stimulus and response lies a space. In that space lie our freedom and power to choose a response. In our response lies our growth and our happiness. And that's exactly what happened to me. I'm sure I missed many opportunities, but for those that I was able to catch, it was all the happiness and joy, meaning in the world for me. So I would like to say, each of us, every one of us in this audience, I have absolutely no doubt, can consciously shape these technologies that we are building, we are scaling, and not only the technologies themselves, but their impact in the world. So let's move forward. When we look around, AI and XR, of course, all this innovation is happening very, very fast. And companies, individuals, enterprises are rapidly adopting these technologies. And thank goodness, societal expectations are evolving. We are becoming more aware of the benefits and risks of these technologies, which is fantastic. And of course, governments are responding in line with their citizens' expectations and starting to regulate these technologies, which is, again, a very, very welcome progress. And if I give you a bit of examples from my day job, when we look at these industries like healthcare, already 30%, more than 30% use virtual agents. In retail, already almost a quarter uses object recognition to track inventory. Similarly, in financial services, about a third uses natural language programming. And in manufacturing, along with retail, which is one of the most advanced in terms of metaverse and automation, already a quarter of them are using robotics. And this is fascinating. Of course, it's changing as at large. Now, with all that adoption, acceleration of adoption, especially after the pandemic, comes the risks, right? I mean, we are seeing it around ourselves. There are some unintended consequences, right, in ethics, in safety, privacy, inclusivity around us. There is a very real reputational damage, like we Microsoft experienced with our Typebot. There's, of course, financial liability in many ways, which will be even amplified and accelerated with the regulation. So very, very real financial consequences. And ask me about it, operationalization issues. This is not easy to operationalize because there are so many dimensions to it. And we can expand this list by persona. In other words, users, for example, they may face risks around identity, around privacy. Creators, developers like some of you will need to think very carefully about, for example, moderation, right? If, let's say, I blocked somebody, but my friend hasn't blocked them and we are in the same room, they let them in. What happens? Whose liability is that? And then with platforms like Microsoft and other big tech companies, how do we make sure we are compliant in all the jurisdictions around the world, since our platforms by nature are global? So, as I mentioned, I mean, something that I'm personally very pleased about is we are all getting more aware, more educated, and more responsible, personally accountable about the benefits and risks of these technologies, and therefore kind of pulling our governments to regulate for us. But as you can see in this map, there is a very, very long way to go. And I think I already answered why we do need to operationalize all of this, why we need to make it just part of business as usual. With normal, with any business as usual, you'd have a scorecard, you'd have some metrics around it. We need to do the same with responsible AI. And we have so much to learn from our journey with data like GDPR, as well as AI, that I am very optimistic we could actually accelerate our journey and jumpstart with Metaverse, even though it's much bigger and much more complicated than AI itself. I think we have a long synergies and opportunity to do much better within this space. And also at the same time, I mean, as I'm sure you all would agree, Metaverse has already started having some problems and having some stories, horror stories around it. So let's move forward. What are some of, so we said, I mean, I have kind of openly stated the most important, most meaningful thing about innovation and technology is to give back and to do it responsibly and ethically, and also empower others to do the same. I mean, that was also one of the reasons why we did those hackathons with 14, 15-year-olds, because once they are embraced, once they are empowered with the technology, doesn't need coding, by the way, they would do better. And of course, then we would grow, foster, flourish, positive impact. Now, this empowering others part with Metaverse, I think is going to be even more exciting. Why? Because Metaverse is decentralized. It has to be. So it's even more important that we are inclusive and we are conscious of empowering everyone to take part. And of course, these regulations will shape some of our behaviors. But as we saw on that map, and even on that map, the ones where we have these AI rules enacted, they are not ready. They really are not ready. So we will have to think about data, about AI, what we've done there, and think very carefully about how we are playing in the metaverse space. I think there are two factors that we have to keep front and center. One is a mindset change. Excuse me. What I mean by that is this is not a one-off. It is an ongoing experiment. Some things will go wrong. This is the nature of these technologies. The important thing is to understand what went wrong, transparently share it, and improve and minimize that risk on an ongoing basis. Most of us, especially engineers, we like 0 or 1, black or white. No, this is not one of those, unfortunately. So that's a mindset change. The second thing is super important, and literally I am going through this in my day job, day in, day out, is the cultural change, where we need to accept responsible AI or metaverse is not a volunteer project. It is not an add-on or a nice to have. It has to be part of our business as usual. It really is just like HR, finance, legal, any core function, it has to be there. Excuse me. So with that in mind, when we look back at our, especially Microsoft's responsible AI journey, this is how we started. And I'm genuinely optimistic we will be able to progress much faster, much more constructively and productively, efficiently with Metaverse. We set out with our principles, of course. This was 2015 and 16. And we said, what are values? What are the clusters of areas that we really, really need to align on and must-haves? So those are 6 of them, and I will share them shortly. But then we quickly moved on to training, creating awareness, and evangelizing why these practices are so important, why practicing the principles is so important. And now as we started practicing, we understood the importance of our tools, because this is, as I mentioned, it's an ongoing thing. It's not a one-off. We said, okay, we need to set our tools and standardize. And along with those, we ensured we have rules in place. We realized we have to actually even standardize how we use the tools, how we train, and those became standards. I will share in a bit, but I'm super excited that we shared our second version of our standards last June, and that's actually helping the regulators as well. So that's another way, not just for internally or our customers and partners ecosystem, but also helping governments in their policy making. The final component in our journey, I'm sorry, not final, but in parallel, is governance, of course. How do we manage all of that? It's incredibly important, and I will explain that in a bit. But if I were to pick one thing, what could we be doing for metaverse? And of course, there's an army of people experts thinking about these questions very hard. So it's not my place to suggest that, but I can assure you one element would be participatory governance. Why? Because as I mentioned, metaverse is decentralized. You cannot just look inside a company and say, this is how I'm going to play in my garden. We have to make sure there's participation from our ecosystem, our partners, customers, for example. It's just my thoughts. In terms of our principles, as I mentioned, these were in 2016, when our CEO published an article about them. We started with fairness, reliability and safety, privacy and security, inclusiveness, transparency and accountability across the board. And we are very, very proud of these principles because they are exactly in line with Microsoft's culture and values, which I'm proud of. Other companies, other enterprises or communities may have different values, different cultures, so these principles may be slightly different, but these are core to us. We have many working groups that align and check each of these in, day out. Again, if I were to think, how could we synergize from our experience with AI in XR world, in Metaverse, I'd probably pick one example would be collective accountability, because I mentioned there's the user angle, there's the developer content publisher angle, and there's the platform angle. Platforms are only part of the equation. And another thing I would probably think about is identity, because I can present myself in many ways. It doesn't have to be what you're seeing right now. So, and as we all know, principles alone are not enough. Needless to say, they don't execute themselves. They are very open to interpretation. What fairness is to me, it may be a little different to someone else. And most importantly, in my view, is they don't explain the how. So in order to achieve that, we have looked at the training, of course, the training and practices, first of all, to make sure everyone is on the same page about what we mean by terms, because even the terms can be differently interpreted. And then we established our tools and processes. And as I mentioned, we put the rules and standards in place and governance afterwards. Now, if we look at Metaverse, some of the things that we already have, we can reuse from AI, is here, but we will probably need a lot more, for example, voice moderation, more on data privacy, more on safety, more on consent, right? So all these things we will have to think very hard about. And just an example I was already referring to, our standard helps not just us, but our customers, partners, and regulators today. We have records of our how do we design responsibly? Very practical ways to guide our teams, our employees in designing, building, testing AI solutions. Of course, I can only imagine we will do the same with Metaverse. We already are. Establishing a framework of maturing this practice and evolving together with regulatory environments and deeper understanding. It's genuinely, all these things have a life of their own. So we all, the standards in a way are a deeper reflection of what we mean by those principles, by those tools and practices. And if I were to look at our governance model for doing all of this, because it's a massive company, right? And how do we make sure the checks and balances are in place? We have three core, let's say, entities that form our hub. Aether leads our cutting edge research and thought leadership in this space, responsible AI, responsible data, or metaverse. Our Office of Responsible AI ensures that we are excellent in terms of enablement, not just our employees, but also our customers and partners, and of course, excellence in policy. RAISE is our engineering arm in this equation, which puts together the best-in-class systems and tools. All of that comes together, and that's not enough either, of course. We have our spokes, if I may say so, in our organization, which is evangelized and enabled by our amazing responsible AI champs. These are people who are super passionate about this space, who train others, who train the trainers, and ensure the practices, the daily impact assessments, and so on, are conducted in the right way. Now, how will this change in Metaverse, in XR world? I can only imagine it's not just going to be Microsoft. It will be together with our key partners and our broader industry. And all, of course, is up to us how to respond to that stimulus. If I were to wrap up in terms of call to action, I would say, based on our learning, our journey in responsible AI, I think XR and Metaverse would probably be along the same lines. It starts with executive sponsorships, genuinely authentic ownership of responsible AI, so that it's taken, we walk the talk, if I may say so. The second thing is it's treated as an essential business function, the cultural change that I mentioned, the mindset and cultural change. And of course, to be able to do that ongoing assessment, ongoing successful implementation, we need a very diverse cross-functional team, not just from different teams and so on, but different backgrounds, different ethnicities, because that's the only way we can actually kind of catch the different angles in the solutions that we are developing and scaling. And as with anything else in business, we would need to have our OKRs, objective key results, our operationalization plan, and success metrics and timelines and so on. And all of that, of course, enabled by the toolkits, checklists, whatever is necessary to move forward. I believe every AI and XR solution must be a responsible AI solution. It's not just selected. So thank you so much. I would like to end with this wonderful, my favorite quote from Spider-Man: with great power comes great responsibility. Thank you so much for doing that together with us.
Are we back? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dilem, for this great talk. And I really applaud Microsoft for doing so much in this space and thinking so much. Are we? Can you hear us? Yes.
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, we had some
Yeah.
audio problems just
Yeah,
now.
a small audio problem.
yeah,
Apologies
because,
for that.
Yeah, because before what I see happen a lot in the XR space is a bit of the opposite. Like people just building spaces and then seeing how the users react and then going, oh, maybe we should, I don't know, introduce space bubbles, introduce like measures after the fact, after you've already built this world. And I think it's so important to think about those aspects beforehand. And to be honest, it's always a bit surprising to me that people don't, because this is not like, I mean, Metaverse is new, but like virtual worlds, it's not like the same thing happened in World of Warcraft or, you know, any of those virtual spaces.
Yes.
So, so thank you so much. I think it's really valuable that you show us the kind of how to do it, like the lessons in how to do it in AI and how to get to responsible XR from that.
My pleasure, but we are also learning, Saskia, so I don't want to. It's an ongoing learning and experimenting and doing our best.
Do you think that all those concepts from AI can be ported to XR? Or do you think, you know, do you think they are things that are only happen in XR and not happen in AI? I would think about, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not an AI expert, but I hear a lot about, like, you know, biased data sets for training, and that introduces bias in your AI data, and XR is a little bit different. Where do you see the biggest differences?
I think the biggest difference is identity. Like, that's much more complex. And you're talking about individuals or youngsters, which is the most, as a mother, one of the scariest, let's say, areas for me. The other one is community moderation. As I touched in my presentation, how are we going to moderate? It's a question that we need to genuinely think very carefully about. How do we ensure my rules are okay for the room I'm in, and that's going to be provided? That's a big challenge in itself. I do think there's a lot that we can learn. When we started our AI, responsible AI journey, we still look back at GDPR, right? GDPR is a bit more advanced, but even that is not settled. The umbrella GDPR may have settled, but the pillars are still work in progress. Same thing with AI, and I'm sure it will be same with Metaverse. But there's a lot that we can reuse. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
We have a few questions still, or
Sure.
yeah. I'm curious because so one of the things I actually watched, I think it's interesting to mention, is there is on Netflix a series, Code Bias. I think you know that one.
Yes. Of course.
And
yes.
For me, that was actually an eye opener, because initially everyone thinks an AI, and this does also concern XR, because if an AI is used within XR, you have the same issue.
So I don't know that show. Do you want to maybe give a bit of context? Like what?
Oh yeah, that's a good one, because not everyone know that.
Yes,
So
just think it. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I'm going to explain it perfectly, but the series about a girl, a colored girl, who is actually trying to work with computer vision and getting recognized. And the engines she's using, but including the data information in the back, gives the problem that her face is not recognized because of her color and towards how it is being implemented. And during the series, during the episode, it's actually explained that the data sets actually come from other ethnicity groups who are white people, mostly men. And the problem is that the AI was trained according to that specification and not to everyone. And for me, that was actually a really eye-opener, which gives me a very good explanation of that you can actually have a violation in human rights, things we just don't think about. And I think this is only about computer vision AI, but when you think about XR, using worlds where you will have someone in front of you, maybe a avatar was automatic, being generated by AI, even creating walking people around you to make the metaverse looking bigger. and then having an AI who only focuses on that specific type of person, that's really bad. That's actually really bad.
Yeah, all I can say, Alexander, there is these technologies are just a mirror of our society. I actually think
Yes.
it's fantastic to surface what is wrong in our society and try to improve it, rather than look at the technology and try to blame it. Having said that, so I feel these are amazing opportunities for us to really confront and tackle some of the issues in our societies that have been going on for centuries, right? Not just recently. That's the positive side of the coin. The other thing is exactly what I have tried to emphasize with the tools, the frameworks, everything. It is avoidable to a certain, and we are learning from these mistakes as an industry. Thank goodness. So it's definitely there are some checklists, there are impact assessments. That's what I mean by impact assessments, depending on which cognitive service we are talking about, whether it's XR or something. And it's possible to minimize the risks, but we have to first be aware that or feel responsible that what we are producing has to be in check.
Yeah, that is a good point, because it starts with ourselves. We need to think about what we are causing, and that's always a bit of the human part of it, which makes it really
for sure. No one company is enough. No one government.
No,
it all starts with us. It really does.
Yes.
What do you think is like the most important first step? Is it maybe like more awareness of your biases, or is it more diverse teams, or what do you think is like would be the first step or the best step with the most impact?
I think the teams, Saskia, making sure, because it's genuinely very hard for one person or one team organization to identify bias, because it's ingrained, it's human nature. But the more diverse our teams are, the more perspectives we are able to integrate into our development plan, and make sure we listen to those voices. Of course, another risk is that you may have diverse teams, but if you don't let them speak up, then we are in a bigger problem, which is again one of our, let's say, society's issues, isn't it? So it's not the technology, in my view.
Other question?
I have more questions, but
you go.
How long do you think? Because now we live in like really like biased and society that has all kinds of problems in that area. How long do you think it will take realistically to get rid of like 90% of that? Because it's a big problem.
How would I know, Saskia? That's a tough question.
Yeah.
I do. I mean, I am an optimist. I wouldn't be able to give you numbers, definitely not. But while I am an optimist, I also believe that the pandemic has set us backward, realistically, because we lost whatever diversity we were able to flourish in our industry, in our ecosystem, did go back quite a bit we lost very special talent or participants during the pandemic, because everybody had to take care of their kids or their domestic tasks. I'm still optimistic. We have a long way to go, but I genuinely think these technologies will accelerate that, actually. Will surface that. Why? Another example. We now can, with sentiment analysis, with, let's say, how I respond to my emails and this and that, we can see the patterns. We can see the interactions. And we even use, like one of my favorite startups, for instance, is a company called Mersion, and they are using immersive technology to allow professionals practice difficult conversations. That difficult conversation could be related to performance, could be related to diversity inclusion efforts, and all of that accelerates that training and mental awareness.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, also the ability to step into somebody else's shoes right?
Yes.
Using immersive technologies.
Exactly.
I think that's also quite
That
valuable.
could actually really help to understand how another person will feel
Yeah.
in what you're doing, because it's like in my own work, you try not to be biased, and you do it all the time, even if you don't know it. And sometimes if it happens, I had some times that I noticed it and was like, oh, I should say that differently. But I was not meaning something by that. And then you feel really awkward or bad against the other person.
Take it back.
It's good to understand the other person, how they feel.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, I would say thank you. Thank
Yes,
you again so
thank you.
much. for
My
this
pleasure.
great
Thank
keynote.
you for having me. Enjoyed. I look forward to enjoying our conference. Thank you for putting it together.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye bye. So that was the second keynote.
Yes.
Really interesting. I love the subject. It's a difficult one, or it's a challenging one.
It is very challenging, but
It's a challenging
extremely important.
It is extremely important. I
Yeah.
think that a lot of people don't understand that. And I think it's good to
Yet.
understand specifically in the XR space where we creating new worlds, new ways of communicating. We're going to need this.
Yes,
Needs
and
to be in
hopefully
place.
it's going to be better than the current actual world.
Yeah.
That's the hope. And hopefully
I
AI
agree
can
completely.
help us.
It's one of my biggest irritations. So, nevertheless, this was the end of keynote 2. We still have 2 keynotes coming up. So the next keynote will be at 7 p.m. UTC, which is in, I need to check a bit.
1 hour and 15 minutes.
1 hour and 15 minutes. So take some coffee or
Wherever
eat
you
something,
are.
wherever you are.
Have some breakfast.
Breakfast in some people, or just have dinner, which is in our country at the moment going on. And we will see you all in 1 hour and 14 minutes at the moment. Okay, thank you for watching. Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
dacht ik ook net.
StereoKit's first line of code was actually written in Japan. I had been traveling the world helping developers port applications from HoloLens 1 to HoloLens 2, and so I basically got a crash course in like what is difficult for developers. And so this was something that I thought about a lot because my day-to-day was just kind of like traveling around and helping people solve those problems. And so this was also around the same time that OpenXR first came out, so like the very early versions, and I had written a tutorial about that, and I was very excited about it. So StereoKit was really born from this opportunity for cross-platform development with OpenXR, and then all of these hard, tough problems that people were encountering. So it was really designed to solve everything that I was just working with on a daily basis. So hopefully it solves these problems for you as well.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. Hi everyone. Welcome back to the third keynote
Of the first day of the Global XR Conference 2022. What are we doing today? Well, today's keynote day. We have 4 keynotes. You might have already seen the first 2 ones on Metaverse and on Responsible AI. If not, go back and watch them later. And today, now
we have
the third one.
The third one. But before we go into that, let's talk a bit about what we're going to do tomorrow, because that's also important. Our conference is 2 days, and the second day will be a lot of sessions divided over 3 channels and in 3 different categories. And the categories are business, technical, and creative. Of course, creative is super interesting. And we also have a separate channel with 2 community slots, which are taking, one is taking 2 hours, one is taking 3 hours. And definitely the trouble to watch those also, because they are really interesting.
Very nice. We have 2 communities with their own sessions.
Yes.
In that space. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Perfect. Me too.
If you want to ask questions to our speakers, or if you want to talk to other people that are watching this conference, please join our Discord server. The link is on our website. You can, every session has its own channel, and you can go there, you can ask questions about the session, or just talk about the topic on Discord.
Correct. You can even find the links in the description of this YouTube live, so you can find it everywhere. We actually post it almost everywhere.
We also posted it.
But it's also important to be on Discord, because we're also going to do a raffle, a giveaway prize. We're going to do a
Pico 4 headset.
A Pico 4 headset. But to get that one, or to the ability to win one, you need to be on Discord, you need to be signed up on YouTube, and you need to have an Eventbrite ticket. Now, we keep the Eventbrite. Sorry, it's getting a long day. we keep the tickets open till the end of the event. So till tomorrow evening, you can still get a ticket and count towards the possibility to get a prize.
So you need to have a ticket and you need to be on Discord if you want to win a People 4 headset.
Yes.
Yes, what else? We also have an AltSpace VR environment. So if you want to hang out and watch, join the watch party in AltSpace, please go to AltSpace. The link to that one is also on Discord. You can watch today and also tomorrow. The space will be open. And another thing on AltSpace, after the last keynote, which is in it ends in 3 hours. So in 3 hours, if you feel like partying, come and join our AltSpace VR after party. We have a really cool live DJ from Berlin. Dominic Vaillant is going to do a set especially for the conference for our party. So that's going to be awesome. Come and join AltSpace VR with your headset or on desktop.
Yes, perfect. One other thing, if you want to learn more about what the events are that we're going to organize in the next upcoming year, check out our website on globalxr.community. We will post all the events there, and those events will automatically link to the meetups.
Exactly, because globalxr.community, our website. Because we don't only do this conference, we also do monthly, almost monthly
talks, and we're going to do quarterly live sessions.
Yes.
So, no further ado, let's introduce the third keynote speaker, who is Vesa Nopanen. And Vesa Nopanen is going to do a session on big industry, metaverse, and the future of work. So I'm really interested in this one.
That's really your topic.
This is one of my topics, so I'm really happy with this. He's a principal consultant at Sulliva. I hope I'm pronouncing it well, but he will correct me if I was wrong. He's a Microsoft MVP on metaverse and future work. And he is extremely passionate about the metaverse and how it, with Microsoft Teams, enables to change how people work together. The session is about, if I'm right, about the industrial metaverse. That's something I'm really passionate about. So again, happy that this session we have. So let's pull Vesa in the stream. Hi Vesa.
Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you for
How's it
this
going?
chance.
Are you in...
Where?
Thank you for joining us. Are you in Finland? Is that correct?
Yes, I am in Finland and situated at Turku, which is on the southwest coast of Finland. So I am ahead of you. I live in your future. I'm 1 hour ahead of you, I guess, depending if you are at Netherlands. But so for most of the people here probably attending, it's already a late evening here.
And you're going to talk about the Microsoft Metaverse, right?
Yes, I'm going to talk about the Microsoft Metaverse. I'm going to also talk about the future of work and, of course, what are the opportunities in the Metaverse. So yes, I do have industrial Metaverse in this session, or in the keynote. So you are going to be enjoying that part. But I also have parts of the future work and collaboration side, because that is really important for me. So it's because eventually we will be seeing this commercial and industrial metaverse blurring or meshing up together, and we will be doing the designs in the commercial metaverse, while the industrial metaverse side, when we are building things, these are going to be blending together more and more in time. Not yet, but in time that will happen.
I'm really interested in this.
Sounds really exciting.
You want to start?
Yes, let's get started.
Okay.
Thank you. And hey everyone, and I think it's kind of a time for the second welcome. And thank you for the excellent introduction by the hosts. And of course, now it's good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, and welcome to the big industry. As I already mentioned briefly, I will talk about the metaverse. I will talk about the industrial metaverse, but also on the commercial side and a bit of collaboration. So this is going to be a mix and match about these, but of course, there's going to be first things about the opportunities and how why the opportunity is there and what's the size of that. But let me just get started. My name is Vesa Nopanen, but hey, please, everyone calls me Vesku. I'm a principal consultant in Metaverse and future work at Sulava, and I live in Finland. And yes, I am currently here in Turku, Finland. And if we are not already linked in, please let's connect there, and you are of course welcome to join my Twitter as well. And I am also writing my personal blog, mymetaverseday.com. So there's be articles about, surprisingly, about the metaverse, but of course also about the Microsoft Teams, because I'm passionate about the how the Microsoft Teams is enabling us to be together and more social in the future in the metaverse, and of course in the collaboration. Hey, it's a hub for work. And yes, that's one of my avatars that's talking all the time when I do. But let's go ahead and think about the opportunity in the metaverse. We have heard the hype. We have seen the news. We are knowing that, okay, the big NFT blockchains stuff is going upwards, and there's going to be a lot of money involved. But how much? And then again, we have had some interesting discussion in these couple of weeks about how, for example, the company Meta is going, and how the stock is, how its stock is going to be fluctuating all the time. But it's interesting times. But the more you are going to be diving into that, the more you are going to be seeing there's a huge opportunity in the market. Just think about the market size. Okay, it's already $30 billion. That's a big amount of money. That's not the hugest one, but it's a fairly good amount of money already in the VR, AR, and mixed reality section. Of course, the real opportunity is in the future. And there are very good kind of predictions that we will be having that market size from 8 to 13 trillion dollars in just 8 years, or less than 8 years. So we are knowing that the market is going to be booming. There's going to be a lot of investments to the metaverse. Dubai, for example, and United Arab Emirates, they are investing a huge amount of money there, building their region to be a kind of one of the leading metaverse regions. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a big number of key players there, big number of big enterprises investing a lot of money to the metaverse. Not just Meta, but Microsoft is investing there a lot as well. And just thinking about that figure, like 25 people will be spending an hour a day in the metaverse in 3 to 4 years. I think that's going to happen a lot faster, at least for me. And I will be probably doing that during the next year already, or at least getting too close to that. But we are going to be seeing more and more people spend some of their working time there, and of course their leisure time as well, when the metaverse is going to be more accessible and much more easier to enter. But on the business side, also think about that there has been already over 40 million virtual reality and augmented reality devices shipped during this year. That's a big number of devices. Majority goes to Meta Quest 2, I guess, but there's a lot of different devices coming up, and they're going to be rocking the market, of course. But thinking on the business side, the last number, basically 71% of executives are interested about the metaverse, how we are going to be using the metaverse in the organization. And that's, of course, telling something. And of course, there were gamers and such, but let's not go to that. We are talking about the metaverse in business and the industrial metaverse side. But of course, gaming is fun, and it can go to the spending some time in the metaverse as well. But before going to that, think about what's happening in the world, or what has happened. What's happening globally? So there has been always some disruptions. And while you start to think about, okay, disruptions are not good. COVID wasn't that fun. Well, but it wasn't that fun when it started, but it was really something that was driving a change. And that change came from the disruption. So you could say that disruptions are driving changes. They are making opportunities. They are opening doors to drive new outcomes. There's going to be a lot of change happening through these disruptions. And you could even think about that if you are a company leader in management and you are running a successful enterprise there, and if you are sticking to the very let's say old-fashioned style in the management and how you are leading the company, you might get into the more and more trouble when the disruptions hit. Instead, if you think about the way that you are managing the company, is that hey, there's going to be some changes. Something is happening very fast. There can be really sudden changes, for example, like COVID. And from on that moment, the more flexible the company is, the more the better result it will get to. So it's not going to be affected by the disruption that much, or it will adapt faster, and of course, be more successful in that way. From the COVID, we got the hybrid work. A lot of things were digitalized, and a lot of people were able to start working from everywhere. And that has really changed things. It has changed us how we are thinking about our well-being as well. It created a lot of ripples and as well, and not just the hybrid work, but on the thinking about how you are managing people, how you are leading your organization in this hybrid world. And yes, we are living in the hybrid world. Then there are disruptions like economical and political uncertainties. We know what's happening at Ukraine, and that's a very big thing. And that has led, for example, to one of the fastest cloud migrations ever. The Ukraine government, they had to move their servers or their services to the cloud as soon as possible, so they would be more secure. And that's creating the energy crisis. And there's the climate crisis happening. That's going to cause changes. Again, it's going to drive things towards the sustainability. We are not flying to every conference anymore. We are doing a lot of things online, just like during the COVID time. So there's going to be a lot of good results and outcomes as well. But at the moment when these things are happening, it's not that fun for people impacted by that. And I said the last one, in a sense, of course, I love technology, and the technology evolution is something that's really driving the metaverse, because the artificial intelligence, how we are going to be using that, it's causing a lot of disruptions. Just think about the DALL-E 2, and you are able to create images, pictures by putting a few sentences together. So you are describing, okay, this is the picture I want it to be, and the artificial intelligence creates that. And soon you will be able to create 3D scenes with that, and 3D objects. So we are going to be seeing a lot of disruptions to several industries that have been creating the art. They have been creating those spaces. They are doing stuff. AI is going to change and disrupt those. But on the other hand, it's going to drive the innovation. It's going to enable a lot of new things. And automating things, low code, it has created a huge impact on the way we are creating applications. And we are going to see that very much in the metaverse as well, because without that massive number of people creating those applications to the need, it won't be kind of flying forward. We are going to be seeing the interoperability between different metaverse platforms. There needs to be one kind of a united way to collaborate together on all this. For example, think about the World Wide Web. If it just were a lot of different silos without any way to go to the other side very easily and if you don't have the interoperability or the collaboration side, it would be very, very difficult. The hardware, the tech is evolving all the time, and all these are affecting the world. It's affecting how we are working together. It's changing the future of work, to say, and it's changing the metaverse. So all these are driving outcomes that are driving the metaverse forward. And as the metaverse is driving forward, it's going to create disruptions to the ways we are doing things already. So again, metaverse is causing disruptions, which is evolving and innovating new uses for the metaverse. And this is a very interesting report by Microsoft, the new future of work report they just recently published. If you haven't seen that yet, of course, I encourage you to go to the short link and get it and read it. It's rather long. It's over 100 pages, but it has very interesting insights that how the future of work is going to be and what direction it's going to be. And yes, the hybrid work era has begun. We are in the hybrid world. That's for sure. It didn't need a study for that, but it's great to see that, okay, people are coming to the same conclusion through the research. The new tech, just those disruptions I described, they are rapidly improving work. They are creating disruptions, but they are also driving the innovation and to doing improvements. And the way we are working together is changing all the time. Just think about how we work today, and then you think about the next generation of employees. And those people who are now perhaps 10 years old and 15 years old, they are going to be living and breathing in the metaverse when they come to the work life. So that's in 5 to 10 years. That's going to create a quite interesting cultural disruption to the organizations as well, how we are working together. The culture must evolve as well. But there's going to be improved practices. That's practices and tools that are going to make things a lot better than we are doing now. The use of AI, for example, helping us out. And of course, the definition of productivity, what's productivity, that's expanding a lot. But I think one of the big things about these main themes of the report is that there's so much to learn. It's continuous learning. That's going to be something that everyone needs to be doing all the time. How do you learn new things? Because new things are going to be coming out all the time. And I just had to snip a couple of things from that report there. Of course, one of the things is that, okay, metaverse is going to be mostly for the training and work, seeing how things are going forward. So it's going to be started with workplaces, how we are going to be meeting others there, because the metaverse meetings will boost team dynamics and meeting effectiveness. Why is that? Well, the immersive meeting platforms with realistic avatars, they can really boost in the feeling of togetherness, the feeling of groupness, by promoting that sense of presence. The presence is a very important thing. How we are going to be present there, how we are going to convey our presence to others, how we are going to be working together. So based on that presence and being able to interact more naturally in the virtual reality or in the mixed reality in the metaverse, the meetings will have more positive positive effect for team dynamics, kind of something that's almost equal to face-to-face meetings. And it's going to be, of course, bringing new additional possibilities for collaboration and inclusion. Accessibility, for example, we all have accessibility issues in every different moments. For example, we might be holding a baby on the other hand, and we just have to work on one-handed, or we just had an accident or something else. It can be a temporary one, or it can be a permanent one. How we are including everyone, that's really important. So because we are here together, we are going to be doing things together. And that's why we need the presence when we are going to the future of work. And through all these, we are going to be getting better social interactions with people. And with those interactions, we are driving more innovation and better innovation and collaboration than we are doing today. And we need, with that inclusion of everyone and presence and extended, we are going to be needing the field workers and extended network included in all that. And that's one of the things that's driving and shaping how the future of work is going to be. And of course, the metaverse. But let's skip for the commercial metaverse side. This is also called so-called Enterprise Metaverse as a kind of a differentiation from the consumer side with games and recreation part. But we are thinking about the work here. And using all these metaverse technologies, we will be able to create these immersive meetings and experiences I was just describing earlier. We are going to be able to bring in the presence. So we can collaborate with people, products and services. There's going to be applications and we will be able to use the PowerPoint there. We will be able to use the whiteboard and other applications. And of course, one of the key things is Mesh for Teams and Microsoft Mesh overall. So it will be allowing people to work in these virtual spaces. But I think it's very important to think about also that there's the mixed reality and industrial spaces as well, where we will be seeing the Microsoft Mesh hopefully later on as well. But the key is any device, everyone is included in there. And of course, we are using the Microsoft Cloud for security and compliance and governance. So we know our stuff is secure. Whatever we do there is secure. And that brings us to back to the presence for the employee experience. And some people, some people have different opinions about the avatars and what they are doing. But the thing is that they will create a positive effect and positive impact. They can be a bit more fun. When people are using avatars, it's maybe a kind of they are masking out their real themselves, so they may be able to speak up more freely. Perhaps they are not that scared. Perhaps they are a bit more introvert. So they feel much more secure and confident about themselves when they don't have to show their real face. And of course, then there may be things that, okay, you really want to use the avatar because you are eating or walking around or doing something like it. The video wouldn't make any sense in those moments. Of course, you don't have to have an avatar, you don't have to have a video, but it's rather boring. We've been doing that for 3 years very intensively. So it's a rough history on that. So personally, I do welcome the avatars because they are giving me, when I'm using that, I'm going to have more presence to others. They are going to be seeing me moving around, doing things on the screen. Yes, I have to be a bit active on that. I have to do some things, but the thing is that it's going to make it more fun. It's going to be more modern. And when you are having fun, you are going to be more motivated. And thinking about the employee experience, that's the title here, and that's really important, is how we are going to have a better employee experience. So, well, for example, the reason is why we want to do that is that, hey, we want to keep our people. We want them to be happy. We don't want to have hunt out new talents all the time. We want to keep our old talents in the house. Of course, we may attract new ones, top ones. Hey, that's the culture we want to work in. And it also comes to that when you have that presence and this feeling of togetherness, you will have that more engaged and caring feeling. Hey, I'm being valued. People know about me and I can talk to others there. Yes, we can do that on Teams calls as well, but as told, it's may not be that easy in the group. And the inclusivity mentioned already, it's a really important topic. How do you include everyone? because for the future we are going to be needing everyone included. We want everyone's opinions, and the diversity is one of the big things in the employee experience. If your workplace is not diverse enough, it's not attracting new top talents. And from the diversity comes usually better innovations and ideas than from a very non-diverse organization. Because if you are only inside your own small bubble with like-minded people, they are all sharing more or less the same bubble. You don't get those groundbreaking ideas or innovations you might be getting when you had a lot more bubbles and a lot more different views and perspectives for that. The employee experience is a really important thing when you think about the future of work. Immersive spaces, of course, we are all waiting for Mesh for Teams. For example, doing this kind of session there, that might be a very easy one. I could be showing my slides on the screen and I could be doing the presentation on the screen, moving around, showing things, making eye contact with people, walking to the whiteboard and doing something else. So it would be a much more engaging experience. And we are going to be seeing that, of course, in business meetings, workshops, events, and innovations, and whatever we are going to be doing with the others, with our customer meetings. And for the training part, it's going to be a much more richer and engaging experience. Yes, we can do the social and gaming there in the immersive spaces. Like it was mentioned that this conference has also the after party in Outspace VR. That's of course the tool we have to use now because we don't have Mesh for Teams yet. And we can have fun and we can have team bonding. So again, going to the feeling of togetherness. We are in this together and doing things together. Now, I know you are waiting for the industrial metaverse, so let's not forget this one either. And I think digital twins is a good starting point, don't you think? Yeah.
Digital twins are representations of something physical in a digital world. These are main concepts and building blocks that are shaping the metaverse. Digital twin could be an avatar representing yourself in the virtual world, but it is often physical space, machine, vehicle, or even a city that has the digital simulacrum in Azure or other service. Connected and synchronized with IoT, Edge, and other tech, digital twins can be used for simulations, predictions, and visualization of that space. After all, we, as humans, can understand information much more quickly when it is represented to us in a visual way.
Thank you. That was one of my kind of avatars powered by AI, that using the text-to-speech part and with some visual animations as well. So you can create very interesting digital twins like that one. And of course, you want to think about the industrial metaverse side. We are going to be talking a lot of different kind of digital twins there. But it's a broad kind of a spectrum of different digital twins that we are going to be using. They will be more and more connected to the real world and synchronized all the time. And in the end, if you think about these synchronized digital twins, they are really the foundation for the industrial metaverse. And when you go to that, thinking about the Azure digital wings, so you can start creating, for example, this example is going through the in the scenes studio, so showing that you can have the digital twin in there. Then you have the IoT sensors and you are connecting the sensors to the right places and you are creating the monitors. This is all low code. And this is one of the examples of the direction we are going. We are going to be utilizing this easier and easier all the time. So we can take the digital twins and models from our designs, BIMs and everything from everything else, pull them together and enhance them with the synchronized information from IoT. And of course, connect the feedback link back to the physical world as well. We are being able to use the AI to create the simulation, do the simulations, for example. And we will be using a lot of mixed reality for this one. There's a lot of different kind of digital twins we will be encountering and using. And this is not perhaps the most visual one in that sense. It's visual enough that you would be seeing there that okay, I have issues there. They might be differently colored, or I can go and take a look at how it's going to be there. But of course, when you start embedding that with a lot of sensors, like you would have information about the corrosion or pull strength or the flow of different fluids in pipes and electricities and everything. So the more you have sensors, the more kind of a real digital twin you have. But then there are other kind of digital twins that are more visual ones. For example, this is a short scan from our office at Helsinki, and it was done in less than an hour. Actually, the whole office was scanned in less than an hour. So, but it's a very visual looking style. So you can take a look up into our office. You can see where the coffee machine is, or the ice cream is, and drinks, and of course the candies. So when you are coming to our office, you already know, hey, this is what I need. But think about the employee onboarding when the employees can start and know the location, they can know the factory, they can know the site from basically from inside out if they want and spend any time there. They can orient themselves and be familiar with that. So you don't have to waste the time by walking around there all the time. So you can be more productive. You think about the onboarding processes. Perhaps there are digital twins of people explaining your organization and processes there. So when you enhance this experience with those digital twins, videos, information, low code applications, that's when you are starting to get a real good onboarding experience. And think about the mixed reality. Do the navigation. For example, for the site, you have a field worker who needs to navigate to the certain place there, and they don't really know where to go, but they have a mixed reality helping them out, so you can have a navigation guide. And yeah, so that's a very long story, or you can create that to a very long story, long one, because it has a huge number of possibilities where you can go with that. And I already mentioned artificial intelligence multiple times, and this is really something that's going to do a lot of change. It's already changing the world, you could say that. We are seeing the use of AI everywhere. But thinking about the industrial metaverse side, of course, we can use the artificial side. So the AI can identify if some of those parts or tools are incorrect. So they can detect those defects, and they can monitor the location for safety and utilization. Are there spills? Is there something else that's going to be used? And when you are combining all that data to the digital twin, that's going to be, of course, very effective. You are bringing that information to the collaboration side, to the immersive space where you have the digital twin present and you can talk with your colleagues, and the AI is helping you with insights and data analysis, and so you can have summarized information there. So you already know, okay, this is something our AI noticed, and this is perhaps something we need to do, how to fix it. Human is there, of course, making the final decisions usually. That's usually a kind of safeguard as well. But the thing is that it's going to make the decision making better and easier. And that's a really thing. It's going to be much more productive. And using the Azure services, it's a big thing with the intelligent edge and person technologies in there. I already also mentioned briefly about the simulation part, because when you have things in the digital twin, when you have the digital twin and it's as good as possible, you will be able to do simulations. You can do a lot of changes and go through a lot of scenarios very cheaply and very fast. So you can analyze the results when you have the simulated environment. great example was from Nokia CEO who was talking in their 6.3 conference at Brooklyn, talking about how the Brooklyn Bridge was built back over 100 years ago, and on the other hand, how it would be built today, and how the digital twins of that bridge would be changing the way we are working together and bringing the team in globally to collaborate and innovate how things should be built. And of course, running the simulations and testing things, testing for hurricanes, testing for some very rare occasions and seeing if their design really holds. That's what you get when you are putting the physics or physics models to the simulations as well. But also it could be a more abstract or more real. For example, the Renault Formula car, they are using the digital twins to create the parts, so they can save a lot of money when they are designing better versions of their car all the time and getting better performance. Field services, maintenance, that's a really big key thing in the industrial metaverse, how you're going to enable your field workers to do better and empower them with these tools so they can get those better results. You are bringing in the guides, the demo of the guides is rolling here, so you can see how they can get information and help directly to the world where they are in. That's spatially placed guides that are helping you to put this part here, change that part, and here are more information. Put in more low code there, add in applications. That's a really powerful tool when you think about putting when you have new hires and you have to get them onboarded fast, so they can learn things when they are doing the actual work. It's going to be saving a lot of resources and time there. But adding that digital twin and data from the field and bringing that information directly to their vision, whatever they are doing. What is the part we have to do? The mixed reality, that's really a thing for the industrial metaverse and for the metaverse as well. It bringing that information we need directly where we are. And with the HoloLens, it's really hands-free. A lot of these could be done with the phone or tablet as well, so mixed reality can be there as well. But I think the biggest thing is when you are doing something, you are using devices like HoloLens to get the information directly to your vision. And going even forward with smart cities and places, I've been mentioning bridges, I've been mentioning maintenance and that part. But when you are combining those digital twins together, creating more and more digital twins, simulating the traffic, simulating the airways, for example, communication networks, water and electricity networks, basically creating a digital twin of the city. That's a really big concept where an AI can help to optimize and run the city a lot better, because it can bring out those insights that the people wouldn't necessarily notice, or correlations, and of course creating the simulations of everything so you can fine-tune how traffic lights work, for example, and saving energy with smarter heating, cooling, and lighting systems. And that's kind of a very big theme for today as well, driving the sustainability and adding more and more services to citizens as well. When you come from the basically reactive part to the prediction part and anticipation of what's going to change, and you are going to be fixing things before they are causing any issues. And going for that urban innovation would be a topic or session of its own, but I really love the idea with the smart cities. But you can also start small, like smart buildings. Just thinking about your home office building, create a smart version of that, and start thinking about how you can really fine-tune things there with the help of the metaverse. One of the small cases I would just want to highlight is basically that the insurance industry case, where we are building Azure digital twins to create a situation room when you can pull in the data from real life or from the physical world with the synchronized digital twins, get the information to the AI, get the external data information like weather, for example, there, combine that and start making the predictions and risk analysis. So you can putting a lot of things together, so you can create active alerts and of course reduce the number of damages that's going to happen, because you can predict the issues before they happen if the risk is raising to be a higher one. Classic example of using the digital twins, AI and machine learning together. The future of work, as I've been explaining a lot, we have seen things how the metaverse is shaping the future of work. The presence, that was really a big thing, because it enables us to work together better on any device. And using those connected and synchronized digital twins, and of course going beyond the digital twins to be connected with the other organizations, and of course interoperability, that's a difficult word for me, connecting to different metaverse platforms. But the key thing is there, artificial is everywhere, and it's going to change things, because together with all this tech or metaverse tech, the metaverse is bringing everything together. So it's not just about the one technique, like you are using Azure or using digital twins. No, it goes and combines everything from collaboration to the people, to the employee experience, to the physical world there. But is this all the metaverse shapes? No, metaverse is actually doing much more than that. Metaverse is shaping how we are experiencing and living in the future. Metaverse is shaping the future. And just a few recommendations quickly here. Think about the culture and advocacy when you are thinking about pushing the metaverse forward. People need to be understanding what's happening, what are the good examples, what are the good proof of concepts there. And of course, prepare people, use the get them trained, let them know what's coming up. And of course, when it's possible, start exploring the mess for teams. And meanwhile, you're thinking about the industrial metaverse and your office and everything else in your company. Think about your infrastructure, your technical infrastructure. Think about digital twins and how you could get started there. Thank you. And I hope you will be there tomorrow as well when I talk about the hybrid workshops and immersive meeting experience in the metaverse. Yes, that's a long title for a session, but I will be online tomorrow at 3 p.m. UTC time. And if you are at ESPC at Copenhagen or at Microsoft 365 conference in Vegas, come and say hi. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this really cool talk.
Yes, definitely. I love to talk. I also have some questions, but
we always have questions.
We always have questions, but Saskia will be first in this case.
Thank you.
Okay, before you start asking questions, I will ask you a question.
That's good.
Was this something you expected? Did this kind of meet your anticipation or expectations?
Yes. In my case, yes. What I like about the presentation is that you're challenging some topics which are really interesting and cause us to think and create questions in the head to think further. If I'm saying it right.
No, I thought it was really like what we expected, like industrial metaverse, mesh for teams. Really nice.
Yeah, for me, those things are two different things apart, but that's more from my own perspective. But, I like it.
Yes.
I like it. But I still have some questions, so you're gonna be.
Well, I liked your AI avatar. That was really nice from your photo. Was that what was the underlying technology? Because I've seen that from NVIDIA. Did you also use the NVIDIA system?
No, it wasn't NVIDIA. I just have to kind of try to remember myself what was the last one. I would have to. I don't remember tool's name right now. Sorry. DID or something like that, probably.
Do you know, because
It's
you're an
so
expert
easy
on...
to forget these names. So there's so many technologies there and so many
Yeah.
tools. So it's kind of a I should have written that up.
So, so that was kind of a photorealistic avatar, like 2D, but why do you think that Microsoft has chosen to use those cartoon avatars instead of more realistic avatars? Do you think that was a conscious choice, or is it just because the technology just isn't there yet to make better avatars?
Yeah, the technology is not there yet. It's about including everyone. And that including everyone means that we also need to think about the performance on different devices.
Mm-hmm.
And if we were going to the photorealistic avatars, it would really cut down the number of devices and people, what could be used when people are joining the meetings. And it would really need that 6G bandwidth as well, because you have much more information to be transferred online. So I think that's the ultimate reason. That's also the reason why most of the avatars don't have legs, because they need to think about the performance part and how you get there. And of course, there are other parts there, but that's one of those things. And yeah, that avatar was kind of just 2D one that was talking, and it was made just from photo. So they are creating it, making it speak, and so you can create the text to speech. But that's a kind of a perfect example of using the AI for something. It's actually using the Azure text to speech tech behind the scenes. So you could even have the real voice there if you're doing it on your own. And I have done that as well as a kind of a demo at one point, not with the picture but with the voice. But text to speech is actually allowing you to create, for example, training videos very easily, because if things change, you could just use the API to generate a new video, and you don't have to speak it up, and it's saving a lot of time there, because you just put in the text and you could use multiple languages as well very easily. I don't speak very good Swedish, but my avatar might be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you find, I just thought of that, but do you find that the uncanny valley is a problem with those avatars? Because to me it looked pretty good already.
That picture, if you
Yeah, the
mean
picture.
about that one, yeah, because it's a picture, it's a video. In that sense, it generates a video outcome. So it's not the kind of real 3D avatar that you are using. The one you saw in the beginning on my second slide, where kind of my intro slide, that was Mesh for Teams avatar. So that
Yeah,
was
but my
live.
question is the realistic, like the 2D picture, based avatar, if you make it move, it's still not 100%, real, which
No.
often you have this uncanny valley effect that people then think, oh, this is scary because it's almost human but not quite. Do you have that with those video-based avatars? Have you experienced this or not?
Yeah, the video-based avatar, I've heard a few people say, and I share the feeling, they can be a bit creepy because because it doesn't have more information but the picture, so it's trying to add in few things. So it's not perfect either. But of
Yeah.
course, it's more natural for us to view it. But if we were to interact with that, then
Yeah,
we
for
would have a lot more issue there.
yeah, for me there are two things missing at the moment, but I know they will be in there. One is I miss the expressions. I know we have the ability to select an expression, but what I really want to see is
You're talking about Mesh for Teams.
yeah,
No.
yeah. Oh, sorry, for Mesh for Teams is that you missing the expressions.
Mm-hmm.
And the second thing with Mesh for Teams, what I noticed is that the body is not really moving, and I understand that because it allows you to do something different, as you explained. I like the examples you gave because I've heard examples which were like, to me, like, that's not really an example why I would use it. So yours were really good. And I like that, but still what I would miss is the fact that you don't see, if I move, I'm a guy who doesn't stand still, I always move a bit around. And it would be interesting if that is possible to reflect on the avatar, because that makes it a bit more realistic, even if it's cartoonish.
Yeah, a bit more of an idle animation.
Yeah,
That can actually even
true.
help already.
Yeah, that's perhaps something we have to put it to the feedback portal and ask them to add like a slider for idle animations. How kind of nervous you are there. But
No,
you
I'm
said,
more. The reason also is that I see it already in front of me. People sitting in a meeting, but instead watching the meeting, they're going scrolling through all the expressions. Oh, I need to do this one. I need to do that one.
yeah,
And that is also a thing which it would be interesting. It would even be interesting, and I think there will at some point it will be there, that even if you don't use the actual expressions of a person, that when I do something like this in real, the camera notices my body language, and based on the body language, it chooses a specific expression on its own and does the expression. It doesn't have to reflect the same, but
I understood that that's on their roadmap. Pune Kaufman was telling about that in the Metaverse 1 when we were, she was doing her session there, and we had a lot of questions there, of course, and she was mentioning that the support for the web camera kind of reading those expressions is coming, and there's already some tools that are doing that. And of course, then there's the MetaQuest Pro headset that's really reading your facial expressions, and that's awesome. I have tried that already. And
I'm waiting cautious on that one. It's being delivered somewhere next month.
Yeah, but you can already see
this
some
one.
demos of that.
Oh, you already have one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, mine is ordered, will be hopefully before the end of November. So I'm really curious, specifically about the ability to do the expressions.
Yeah, the expressions are
I
nice.
have two questions about.
I have one last question about avatars, and then you can go
yes,
about.
Then I will go of the.
So, last question: the Mesh for Teams avatars. How often do you use the avatar instead of your webcam picture?
Okay, that's really a good question. Let's just say I prefer to use the avatar when I'm not using my webcam. So in situations when I want to have my camera off, the avatar is kind of a very natural addition there. And other parts when I would be using that, okay, I might be eating or doing something, I might be in a call, or I might be just be outside and walk, or something like. I wouldn't be there on the camera all the time, or it would be a bit chaotic. Those are definitely the situations when I want to do that, or if I just feel too tired for the camera. Some people are saying that, okay, hey, it's 5 a.m. here, I won't be turning on my camera, and that's very understandable. And so it might be late hours. The other things, yes, I have now key lights here so you can see me, but if I turn them off, it might be a really dark one in the camera. So for the lighting conditions as well, I don't find it very pleasant to watch a webcam with that's really dark, or when you have tough lighting conditions, it's not putting the value it should be. But when we have the opportunity, like now, for example, this is much more natural with our videos than without one. So this is much more fun this way and better quality.
Cool, thank you.
Now I will keep it at one question because also of the time. So for the industrial metaverse, I like the examples. I'm doing a lot with those things also from the company I work for. I'm really interested in how you see the future with companies, because I think, well, the technology is already that far. We can do these things. The things you showed are already possible. Most companies actually do not know that. They're using different services, but don't understand how to bring those together and actually build something which is a definite solution or product. I think I'm just curious how you see the future, because this is for some organizations a really big step to move forward. And especially it's new. Companies are a bit hesitating in some cases, as you know, to actually spend the money and the effort on to move in that direction. I'm just curious what your perspective is on that.
Well, I think we are going to be seeing that through digital twins more and more. It's going to be much more common than what it is today. So and on the investment side, it's going to be easier and thus cheaper to start experimenting with this. It's going to be faster to create. So you can, for example, scan your environments and create a model out of them to have some kind of form of digital twin, or you have already those blueprints or designs, and then you can start putting the basis of that model there. So I think it's going to be much more used as people, as you said, the companies need to know, or management needs to know about these possibilities and how easy they are going to be and what kind of benefits they will bring for them. And when they start seeing, for example, the benefit from the onboarding process, they can start using it in more places. It gets started, okay, you do one proof of concept or pilot, and then you either fail fast or you go forward, and so you can start thinking about, okay, now that I see our environment in here, then they start thinking about, hey, we could be using this for that as well. We could be using that for that, and when you add in the IoT sensors and combine connected data in there, then they start seeing the potential when they are thinking about the history and predictions. Okay, we didn't have this information before, for example. So I think that's going to be more commonplace. We are going to be seeing digital twins, just like a bit of IoT hype that was 10 years ago or something like that.
Yeah.
We just have digital twins with IoT more and more, but we are seeing them there. But it's really difficult for a lot of people to kind of align their business for this potential these tools have, because they don't grasp the idea, because it's too abstract in some cases. And if you see a demo of something that's not relevant, and you are not in there, you can't relate to that need into your business and what you would be doing. One of the great questions I got Tuesday when I was presenting about the metaverse here in Finland is that when I mentioned that digital twins are not just about something physical. You can create digital twins of more abstract things like business process, if you like. And when you start visualizing the business process as a digital twin and bringing that information in there, that's maybe something, hey, I can visualize our sales things a lot better now when you have created something to the digital world that doesn't really exist in the physical one.
Yes,
That
I
I
like
like
that
that
example.
idea personally as well. So it's not always just industrial. I think all these things are converging together eventually in time. So we are moving towards this future where we are collaborating in the digital world, and part of that is already in kind of in our terms in the industrial metaverse side, and part is more abstract. Because hey, in the metaverse, our imagination is the only thing that's limiting us.
Thank you. I
Thank
love
you
the
very
answer.
much.
Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Thank you.
And thank you so much to be one of our keynotes. I really
Thank you.
loved the session, as already
Yes.
said. So great to have you on board. And if I'm right, you're doing tomorrow again a session.
Yes, I'm doing tomorrow another session. This is more about the meetings and workshop sites, and in that session I will be going through, okay, what kind of ways you have to do hybrid or metaverse meetings with the Microsoft technology. And yes, I added a few other ones there as well, so you can know the options. But also I have a kind of a list of checklists there, several of them, that what you have to start thinking about when you are creating, starting to plan and execute this kind of a high metaverse events, for example, or workshops. I think you already know that you are creating this kind of event, so you have also the experience there. But it's I find it was really interesting session to pull in, of course, because well, we don't have mesh yet, but we have other tools we can use. And of course, hey, thank you for having me. It was really a pleasure to be speaking here, and again tomorrow.
Thank you for
Thank you
being
so
here.
much.
We look forward to your session tomorrow.
All
Thank you
right.
very much.
Thank you. Good night. Good.
Bye.
So that was
Our third keynote.
our third keynote, going up for number 4 in less than 1 hour.
Less than 1 hour. We
Less
have
than
the
1 hour.
fourth keynote on mixed reality and development.
Yes, and that's going to be a session by Zaim.
Zaim.
And that's going to be a good one. Definitely one you need to watch. So
Another good one.
yeah, so hopefully we see you all back and even more people with the next keynote in less than an hour. So yeah, till the next keynote.
See you then.
See you then.
Bye.
StereoKit is for C# developers, especially those that don't have a lot of mixed reality experience. I really designed StereoKit to be very easy to learn. So like, I always imagine like, what if I was teaching this to students? Like, what would they think of this API? How difficult would it be for them to learn? But at the same time, it's also a very powerful API as well. So while it's easy to learn, it's also very expressive. So the idea is like, you know, if you're a C# developer from Enterprise or like not from necessarily game development or anything like that, you can just dive into this, learn it really easily, and start getting productive really fast. So it also helps to, like, because of the iteration time that StereoKit has, it's very fast to like just go through, try things, experiment a little bit. So it's also really good for rapid prototyping and iterating on your designs. So hopefully StereoKit is for everybody, but I focus mostly on these people who don't necessarily have experience with mixed reality before.
Welcome back, everyone, to
the fourth one.
to the fourth and last keynote.
Fourth and last keynote for today. Yes.
Day one of the Global XR Conference 2022.
Yes. So, yeah, let's go to a few things. Yeah, we already spoke about this a lot. But
We can mention it again.
We can mention it again. So
3 other keynotes today. So if you missed the other 3 keynotes, go and watch them later on YouTube on this channel. And tomorrow
we have another day from top of my head 2 p.m. UTC till 3 a.m. in the night with 3 channels of sessions around business, technical and creative. And the creative sessions are really interesting. And separately from that we have 2 communities, one from Africa, one from, now I have to be very careful, I think from Canada, but I'm now in doubt. Sorry for that.
from all over the world.
From all over the world who do a broadcast to one of those channels too. And
Yes. And for this session and actually all the other sessions, if you have questions for our speakers or just want to chat with other people watching about the topic, please join our Discord. The link is here in the YouTube chat. It's also on our website. Please join. And every session has its own channel where you can go to watch the stream and also to ask questions to the speaker.
Yes, and to be on Discord is also good because one of the things we're going to do is we're going to do a giveaway of prizes. And one of the major prize, the one prize will be a
Pico 4 headset.
Yes, so to actually being part of the raffle, you need to sign up on Discord, sign up on YouTube and have an Eventbrite ticket. And we keep the Eventbrite tickets open till the end of the event, so till tomorrow, end of the last session. And the week after, we will raffle the prize amongst
everyone.
Yes.
With a ticket.
Yes.
And have a lucky winner. What else do we have? We have an Old Space space. If you want to meet other people in VR, join our watch party space in Old Space. And even more exciting, after this keynote, we have 1 hour of party. In Old Space VR, we have an after party room with a live DJ. Dominic Vaillant from Berlin is doing a live techno music set where everyone can party, and we hope very much that you join us in VR or from your desktop in our after party space.
Yeah, and since this is the last part of this session as a whole, you on Discord you can find the access codes to get into Old Space VR for this specific part.
Yeah.
And otherwise ask questions on Discord and we will help you further. You can access it by virtual reality headset or desktop PC, so no worries about that. Last but not least, for if you're interested in upcoming sessions or upcoming events, what we'll organize, you can find that everything on our website, globalxr.community. It will have references to every meetup we have around upcoming events for the year.
Yes, we have an event every 1 or 2 months.
Yes.
So go check out the website.
So no further ado, last keynote will be Zaid Zaim with Let's Master the Jump into Mixed Reality. Zaid is a Metaverse lead at HoloLux. HoloLux is also the sponsor to arrange
For the party.
For the party, so that's good. He's 21 years old from Syria. He came to Germany in 2013 and he actually became Microsoft MVP for mixed reality. And one of the things he's very known about is that he brought cultural heritage of destroyed sites to be like the UNESCO city of Palmyra in Syria back to life by using this modern mixed reality technology. Now, let's bring him into the session. Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Hello. Hey, guys.
Hey, let me first say you are 21, you're already Metaverse lead and MVP. That is unbelievable.
And amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much. To be, unfortunately, I had to update a little bit my MVP profile. I turned 22 1 month ago, so yeah.
No worries. So you want to
Yeah.
start right away and then we talk later, do some questions and stuff?
Of course, let's do that. So thank you so much, Alex and Zaskia, for having me, and really looking forward to this opportunity. So let me share my my screen. Okay, can we see my screen? So
Yes. You're
amazing.
live,
So yeah. Awesome. So thank you very much again for for the opportunity. Happy to be here. I'm Zaid Zaim. I'm a mixed reality catalyst at HoloLux and a Microsoft MVP for mixed reality. Exactly. So make sure afterwards to join our after party in the Metaverse and Alt Space. We have really cool music and DJ afterwards. So yeah. So usually I do my presentation with my friend. So this session especially, or this keynote, especially with my friend and partner in crime, Christian Glesner. Exactly. So currently I will be missing him for this one. So we were 2 weeks ago on a really cool mixed reality trip in the UAE in Dubai for the GITEX conference. So yeah. So let's get started with jumping into mixed reality. So why is it a jump? So why shall we jump into mixed reality, and what are the necessary key challenges that we need to talk about to master the jump into mixed reality? So on this topic, we need to cover first, in general, what is mixed reality, and what are possible necessary developer tools that support our journey into getting into mixed reality and diving deeper and discovering the mixed reality spectrum. Exactly. For that, let's start first defining what is the meaning of mixed reality. So when we talk about mixed reality, we always have this physical and virtual world. So in the physical world, this is everything that in real life, what we can perceive with our human senses. And the virtual world is commonly digital information that we perceive through different technological end devices. So when it comes to mixed reality, we have, so mixed reality is basically a spectrum that has two subcategories. On the one hand, AR, and on the other hand, VR. So in augmented reality, AR, we actually enhance the real world with digital information, with digital content. We overlay this over the real world and gets it enhanced with digital content. So the best example for AR is the game Pokemon Go that we used to experience in the years, I think, around 2016, going with our mobile AR devices and going exploring the cities and started hunting and catching Pokemons. So exactly. So this is one, to me personally, one of the coolest examples that demonstrates standalone AR applications. So with AR, basically we overlay the digital content with a physical world. So this is again one of the one of the key facts, key highlights that we'll come back to it in a bit. So when it comes to virtual reality, we get completely immersed in computer-generated worlds where our awareness and consciousness of the physical world get completely isolated. So we put a VR device like the Meta Quest 2, and then we get completely immersed in a virtual environment. So later on, something similar experience what we later on will have, for example, in Outspace. So we created a really cool space on the galaxy where you will be having an after party experience basically, or you can go, I don't know, to Mars and go and hang out with Einstein, have a beer or something, or do all the fancy things that goes beyond our imagination, that we used always to dream of doing in completely parallel universes, let's say like this. Exactly. So this is basically VR to us. And then when we want to fusion these both realities, fusioning them together brings us back to the term of mixed reality. So here we have technologies like the HoloLens 2 from Microsoft. It's a mixed reality device. On its surface, we see here, I don't know, sorry, I activated my my background, virtual background. So the HoloLens basically has on its surface certain certain 3D sensors, depth sensors, that scan the real environment and gets that scan the real environment and this creates a replica out of it in the background, and this allows us then to integrate digital content into the physical world. So the key fact here, in contrast to AR, it's really that through the 3D scanning of the HoloLens, and it allows the user basically to integrate the 3D objects, the 3D content into the physical world. So also here we have a wide spectrum also on interaction possibilities that the HoloLens allows us to do, basically through its hand tracking technology. So imagine yourself in this case that you are really grabbing, interacting, and interacting with with these 3D objects, 3D content, normally as if you're interacting with a real physical object. So that's it in a nutshell around the term of mixed reality. We can also talk about it for hours and hours, but to me personally, this is what mixed reality in a nutshell is. So with that said, and now we need to make the second jump, which is basically learning about different developer tools that we can use to get started with mixed developing experiences for mixed reality, AR and VR. Exactly. So for that, the solutions for everything is the Mixed Reality Toolkit, MRTK. For the Mixed Reality Toolkit is an open source project driven by Microsoft that allows developers, designers, and tech interested people to get easily onboarded, developing experiences in the mixed reality spectrum. So for AR, VR, MR, and maybe one day for the metaverse. So you can imagine like MRTK is like a real utility or a toolbox that contains, for example, predefined scripts, pre-made nice and good-looking UX UI elements that you can add and to make your app look nice and polished. And many people think that if you want to get started with MRTK, you need these, I don't know, these 10 years or many many experience in game development or AR VR development, but everything works out basically out of the box. So everything that supports you basically to create your first mixed reality experience. So you already have these predefined scripts that you can get basically into Unity programs, and that's it, helps your journey to get started in this field. So in a bit we'll have a closer look how you can get started with that. And of course, we can also talk and have a longer walkthrough, but I just would like to share maybe some of the key facts on that today. So for another opportunity for getting started to play around with mixed reality, as we saw in the introduction video by Nick Klingensmith, the guy behind StereoKit is the tool that he and Microsoft developed. Basically, StereoKit allows every .NET C# hardcore programmer in .NET and C# to get started easily developing mixed reality experience within the .NET and C# ecosystem. So with that said, basically StereoKit is, in a nutshell, just a library that you can get into your C# project, and then from there you can really going beyond reality and starting prototyping and building your first AR VR application completely in .NET, completely in C#. Everything without downloading any game engines, any extra tools. Everything happens in Visual Studio. Exactly. And now some key focus areas of MRTK3. So today MRTK is in a public preview on its third generation, and it offers a lot of new capabilities. So it contains a lot of modularity components. So everything is now more compact. The development packages are always compact altogether. So containing, for example, we're thinking about the mixed reality feature tool. It's just getting this into your PC, and then from there you can really integrate, getting all the necessary MRTK3 packages that allows you then to get started using or creating mixed reality application in Unity 3D. So thinking back in time, or in the early days, or thinking of Holo Toolkit or the first versions of MRTK, we used always to jump from one repo to another to get this and this package. But today, through the mixed reality feature tool, everything is compacted in one area. Also, we will see in a bit that MRTK3 is providing a wide spectrum or a new looking revolutionized UX UI design. With that, it completely rethought the UX UI designing, and especially UX UI designing in mixed realities has a special momentum, because it is all happening volumetric. In 3D, it even invites you to grab or interact with different 3D UX UI elements like buttons or grabbable objects. When it comes to performance, we always think about that we really find a way to get basically our AR VR applications as good as possible, optimized to run on XR devices like the HoloLens, as these are not supercomputers. So we always need to really think on the computer, staying sustainable with computing power. So here, performance is really supporting us by having really individual, specially created shaders and materials within the MRTK framework. So these are some of the key highlights that MRTK3 covers. And one of the most important things, we will come to that as well in a bit, And now let's have a look on some brief offerings that MRTK contains. So here we have the object manipulator. This is like a predefined scripts that you can attach to any 3D object that allows you to, basically to manipulate and create and make the project, the object interactable, basically. So from rotating it to viewing it from different perspectives, scaling it, you name it. And here we have bounding boxes on the right. So this is what I mentioned before, that when you get really closer to this 3D object, it invites you to interact with it. So here we see this also on the buttons. You get some highlights that it follows where you are touching. So it's really incredible interacting with holograms in mixed reality. And one of the coolest parts that reminds me with Iron Man and these sci-fi movies is hand menus. So imagine yourself here, you, without having any huge panels or 3D panels or something, you have only a hand menu that you can toggle or make appear and disappear by basically just viewing or looking on your palm, and then triggering different actions and events that manipulates the 3D or the physical environment you were in. So remembering, for example, a bit about from Vesa's keynote before talking about industrial metaverse, imagine yourself having a physical, I don't know, an IoT system in front of you connected to mixed reality, and then you have this easy interactable panel in front of you that you can basically control everything within throughout your mixed reality experience. And last but not least, we love talking. So when it comes to mixed reality, we always need to think about spatial awareness. So this is what we talked about before. So spatial awareness, or 3D, the HoloLens basically maps the 3D environment. So with that said, we are able to integrate these digital objects or the digital content into the physical world. So here we also have some sort of solvers that we can attach and integrate in our environment. And here we are, or the shaders and materials we discussed about before. So this is, for example, an X-ray shader to inspect, I don't know, it could be a medical use case or an industrial machine that you can really look inside of it, what is happening there. Exactly. So in here, what we mentioned before on the updated, good looking and sexy device design in MRTK3. So also we can see here some maybe with the rounded corners. It reminds me a little bit with the Windows 11 design elements in there. And here, for example, in the front, we don't have here a 2D picture. Basically, this is a shader and added to a 3D. Added to a 3D object in the experience that allows us basically to have a special view on this UI element. So basically, you imagine yourself, you are wearing the HoloLens, inspecting this UI element, and then in this case, you can really change different perspectives and look and see what is really inside of there. So this gives you real depth with 3D feeling. So exactly. So these are two highlights of the design language in MRTK3, basically. And here, one of the most important pillars that MRTK3 is empowering is cross-platform. Cross-platform means basically that we using instances like MRTK3 allows us to bring all kind of our AR, VR devices on multiple XR devices. So again, when we have a flashback a bit back in time, a few years ago, thinking of AR VR, we used always, so for developing, or if we wanted to develop for different AR VR devices, we always needed to get this SDK and this SDK and this environment and this engine and this framework to get, basically an individual app somehow running on one individual and XR device. It could be a mobile AR, it could be a VR headset, or mixed reality. And now MRTK3 is basically unifying these three core concepts: OpenXR, Unity's input system, and Unity's interaction toolkit, that allows us, building on that, allows us to basically build our AR VR mixed reality project to different XR devices easily in Unity 3D without getting thousands of SDKs and setting up different environments for different architectures So with MRTK3, basically we are living the dream of every AR VR developer. We will have a concrete look on this also on a practical example. I have virtually one of my friends and friends from the community that really lived this this dream, and just really thinking about the fact that easily bringing your projects easily on different AR VR headsets is just mind-blowing, and that's here today with frameworks like MRTK3. So for that, I had the opportunity to also have a chat with my friend and fellow MVP, Joost from the Netherlands. He's the creator of HoloAttack, that allows us to that allows people to, or airports to get 3D visualized data of airplanes, air traffic, exactly, to get this basically 3D visualized. And this is, I think, also one of the dreams of these folks, seeing air traffic 3D visualized in front of you using mixed reality. And Joost managed bringing his basically his app recently on different multiple AR, VR, and XR devices using MRTK3. And this is what we mentioned before: living the dream of every AR, VR developer. So let's have a look on it, how it's running on the HoloLens 2. So here we are choosing the menu, and Joost is opening the app. Loading. And here we go. So the app is running on the HoloLens, and here you get somehow the map of Amsterdam, or I think visualized, and then you basically you get 3D visualized the air traffic basically around the Schiphol airport. So and having different interaction possibilities that MRTK3 offers. The next one is having it running basically also on mobile AR. So so on your it's completely running on Android, basically the same application without having any challenges. He was able to build it easily on his mobile AR device. So here we see again different interaction possibilities. So here mainly the interactions happen through touching the screen or something. He's projecting the map and the 3D data directly into his his physical room. And last but not least, I was mind blown last week when I saw one of his LinkedIn posts bringing basically again the same project easily within very short amount of time on the newly released Quest Pro device from Meta. So, and here we see again, how the app will run on that. Again, we recognize here the nice colored pass through basically. And now let's jump into virtual reality basically. Now again, loading. So probably there was a mispositioning in exactly. And now all made built basically with MRTK3. The app is running, and you can basically now you can place the airport basically in your space, and now get the 3D data projected in there. Looking for some good origin to. So here everything is easily configured and running on the Quest Pro. This literally blew my mind last week when I saw his LinkedIn post on that, and there I realized basically that's the dream of every AR VR developer, bringing your projects and ideas and dreams to reality. So with that said, so thank you so much, and kudos Used for this amazing achievement. Used is one of the coolest guys in the mixed reality community. So he's the man to go when you have questions or everything or excitements around MRTK, MR. So I always, when I have some challenges, I always ping Used, and happy that I basically teased a little bit with him the mobile AR project on MRTK3. So kudos and thank you so much, Used, for this incredible achievement. Bringing your project on MRTK3. So exactly. So with that said, so we started reaching now a bit an end of the presentation. So normally when we do on-site, when we do on-site presentations or on-site talks, I love wrapping up my talks and presentations with a group picture. Unfortunately, that's today not possible, but I hope you guys in the chat, we bloom all together. Hashtag mixed reality or metaverse rocks. So exactly. And one final, so to me personally, the mixed reality community is a place where it's fun and playful, and we can all together bring our dreams and projects to life together. And exactly. So with that said, I have one final announcement I would love to share with you guys. So if you happen to be in Berlin in the next 2 weeks, on November 17th, we are organizing a Microsoft Ignite after party in Berlin, having incredible lineup of speakers and fellow MVPs supporting us running this party. So if you are there, feel free to join us, amplify the event, and let's get the party rolling on November 17th, celebrating highlights of Microsoft Ignite around Microsoft Azure, Mesh, mixed reality, and Mesh for Teams. So With that said, so thank you so much for the opportunity, and I would love also to give incredible credits to our friends from Microsoft, Grace, Sue, David Klein, and Desiree Lockwood for supporting us with with the amazing content around MRTK3. And again, thank you so much for having me on Global XR Community Conference. It was a great honor to be one of the keynote speakers, and I would love to connect with everyone. So that's this is my LinkedIn QR code, and yeah, let's stay in touch. Thanks so much.
Hey, Zaid, that was a nice presentation. Thank you.
That was really cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really nice to have a bit of a look at the developer side of things and MRTK3.
Yes, I actually just started with 2 projects with MRTK3, so some of the things I like, some of the things I do not like. I think
it's always this thing, you know. So when I always have Christian on my end, I play the good guy, and Christian plays the bad guy, and we start this debate, what's good and what's bad. So, yeah.
Do you do all of your development with the HoloLens, or because MRTK also works on the Oculus Quest, for example? Do you also
Exactly.
use
So
that
currently,
sometimes?
my main development devices are, or target devices is the HoloLens and Quest 2. I'm really now currently dreaming of finding a way getting a Quest Pro, basically to get my hands there dirty and exploring what is possible in there, and through the whole cool things that MRTK3, for example, provides. So we saw before a real concrete example from our friend and fellow MVP used that he really managed living the dream of cross-platform and bringing his app basically into into different realities basically.
Yeah, I think Joost has a talk tomorrow.
Yes, he has.
Also.
He is going to talk about. He's actually going to do a talk together with Timmy Koka, which is Fire. It's one of the new parts of the application they're building within the company for Likas, which is around CPR training, but also other trainings around safety.
Also cool, but back to
let's go back to
back
you.
to you. So do you have any experience like porting a project that you developed for the HoloLens to the Quest, or the other way around?
So I already played around with it. So of course, and currently, thank you for referring at the beginning about the cultural heritage project. So I'm currently basically developing different smaller modules of the project to port them on different XR devices. So imagine yourself, I don't know, watching this the Roman theater of Palmyra before and after the destruction in mixed reality, in virtual reality, or fusioning both realities directly in Quest Pro. So this is something I'm currently trying to play around with in in the background.
And how
And of
easy
course,
or
trying
difficult would you?
exploring more around industrial metaverse. Sure.
Yeah, I was wondering how easy or difficult is it to port from one device to the other? Is it quite easy because you have MRTK on
Exactly.
both, or
So with
is it still a lot of?
MRTK3, this is the core idea of MRTK3. Basically, it's fusioning again these these three concepts of OpenXR, the Unity Interaction Toolkit, and the input system, and this allows you to, at the end of the day, basically all interactions are properly matched and mapped, and then at the end of the day, you need always to tweak a little bit, the target device settings to bring it on different XR devices.
I have one follow-up question, because you say it's based a lot on the Unity Interaction Toolkit and you use that a lot. What about Unreal developers? Is the same functionality available on Unreal?
Good question.
Or is it like, if you have to choose, is Unity the better way to go right now if you want to do HoloLens development with MRTK3?
Exactly. So I would definitely recommend going with Unity 3D. as a game engine if we want to go with MRTK 3 cross-platform. So I'm to be honest, I'm not sure how far Unreal is supported in terms of compatibility with MRTK 3, but the way to go is currently, I think, or the recommended way is through Unity 3D. Or what do you
Yeah, I can
think,
actually.
Alex?
That's a good question. Yeah. So I'm playing around with Unreal a lot at the moment, but I agree with you that MRTK is always a bit behind on the Unreal side. So I actually did not try yet if there's an MRTK 3 available for Unreal. So I would actually also recommend to start with Unity, which makes it easier. I think also that Unity is a bit less heavier as an application and less challenge. Let me put it that way. It's but I have to. It's a bit. I always have to be careful because I am used to work in Unity, and I started also doing a lot in Unreal, and definitely Unreal on some points is way cooler, better, and some things can be really done really well in there instead of Unity. But then, it is have to think about the different about the project, what you do, and then use the right tool. But I agree, it would be great if MRTK 3 will support the same capabilities are Unreal. But I think Unreal first has to make sure that it works very well with VR, which is since current, the preview version of 5.1 finally starting to work. But still, they're not there yet. Let me put it that way.
I think I read that there are some plans
Nope, it's there.
of Microsoft to actually also support Unreal at some point.
Yes.
But Unity is always the first platform.
It's just a bigger target audience, and most applications are built in Unity.
Yeah. Right.
Let me think because I had a question.
If you want to think about it,
I need to think about it.
I have more questions.
Cool.
Because you talked about the new Quest Pro, which supports all kinds of cool stuff like face tracking. What is the feature you are most excited about working with on the Quest Pro?
Yeah, basically, the one most important, exciting, the most one thing that makes me very excited about Quest Pro is basically the RGB or this colored pass through, because this enables you basically to easily jump from one reality to another, as we saw in used video before. Basically, he was seeing his office before and then jumping from one place to another. So this is literally mind-blowing. This is what I would love basically to try playing around with, experimenting with the capabilities of MRTK3 and the things, and the interactions that it provides, and see how that basically align together with opportunities that Quest Pro, for example, is offering.
So, other question. We know MRTK3 is still in preview. It's not finalized. Just for the audience, what is your opinion on if it's wise already to build, let's say, production-ready systems? Because building some small MVP or something yourself, I can understand. But let's say you want to use it for a client. Would you recommend that, or would you say just wait a bit before you're going to do that?
I think it would make sense maybe to wait a little bit until it finally basically it's finally produced. But now it's a really a great opportunity to basically get your hand dirty and explore the different features and opportunities that MRTK basically MRTK3 provides.
Yeah, and the other question I have is, I like the answer because I agree with you. You have to really think hard, good if you want to use something which is in preview.
I think there are also two things. Like one is, I think the official Microsoft, how do you say?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I know what you mean. It's about the
They also basically say don't use it in production yet because it's not finished.
Yeah, but I find it a very difficult one with Microsoft because I know when products go in public preview, then you're definitely not allowed to use them in production yet because they need to be in GA. But with MRTK, there is actually a big support going on in the background.
Yeah, but it's risky, right? Like historically, if you look at MRTK and its development, it's always really risky to use it before it's really ready because things tend to change a lot.
They change
so I don't know if I would take that risk personally.
No,
production code.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that is entirely true. I have to be honest, we're currently doing a project with RTK. It's not for production, but indeed we see changes. So I think I still have two questions. I think one question is, there is a new UI data-driven interface. We played around a bit with it. I'm myself not so convinced to use it yet because I get the feeling it's easier to build my own than to use a system which is almost which is difficult to understand how it works below the engine. What is your opinion on that?
To be honest with you, I still not had the chance to explore that deeply. So I just explored basically the different UI components and their integratability in different projects. So controlling this UI driven system, I still did not came to it.
And last question I had is, so currently, and I think that with Oculus Quest ridiculous good to start with, is that you can actually do hand tracking. And I think it's also supported in the MRTK. We've seen it. It's from default, I think. What do you prefer, to use controllers or actually hand tracking?
Exactly. So it always depends on the interactions that you want to have. So if you are basically interacting with digital twins that simulate real physical objects, I think make more sense if you want to have these real natural interactions, basically, to integrate hand tracking. Or, for example, as a real example on my cultural heritage project, one of the interactions that I integrated there is basically some sort of a gamified puzzling interaction. So let's say we have here one of the monuments of Palmyra, this which is destroyed, and then the user sees like 3D objects parts of this destroyed monument lying around the monument, and then he really can grab these objects and put them back in where they belong, basically. And there you can really simulate these real feelings and emotions in the user by giving him the opportunity as if he's interacting with real physical objects.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
So thank you, Zaid, for this.
Thank you so much. So as always, actually, I love wrapping up my events with a group selfie. So if you like, Alex, just do a mini selfie with Saskia. I don't know. Can we get some of our audience here? So yeah.
You want to do you want to do that now?
I mean, it would look better if you directly do this from the studio. So I would love to see how you.
You mean you want us to take a picture like you're now in the studio?
Let's take a souvenir picture.
Of course, we can do that.
We can do that.
The global community conference is not happening every day.
No, I agree. So take a moment.
Yeah, and then after that, we must set a jump into. I have here also my HoloLens. The Ching.
3, 2, 1, ready?
Let's rock it.
There you go.
Awesome.
Okay,
We'll send you the picture.
we'll make sure you get the picture.
Awesome. So see you in a bit in the after party, I would say.
Yes, I think
Thank you.
in 10 minutes from now. So perfect. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Cheers, guys, and thanks so much for having me.
You're good.
Thank you, Zaid. Bye.
So,
So, that was our last keynote.
it was the last
That was
keynote of
great.
today. It was a long day.
Well, we
Well,
still have, in
Yes.
10 minutes, we start the after party.
yeah, so we invite you all to go to the after party.
Yes.
And there should not be an excuse if you don't have a headset, because you can do it also on desktop. So if you have the possibility, please join. It's going to be fun. I have been walking around in the environment today a few times. It looks
It's really
really
pretty.
impressive, really
Yes.
good. They did a lot of work in how it looks like, and I saw the DJ already preparing his
Mhm.
work. So it's definitely worth, even if you go by for a few minutes, just to have a look at it.
Yes.
Yeah.
We will be there. We're going to
Yes.
put our headsets on in a second
Yes.
and then go party a bit with our live DJ.
But let's first close this one down, and then we will see you in a bit. Okay, thank you.
And see you otherwise tomorrow for the second day with lots and lots of sessions all day long.
Yes. Looking forward to that.
See you then.
See you then.
Goodbye.